Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Prabhu Shri Advaita Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar. Keep it there. Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Dvaita. Okay. Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaur Haribo. Jaya Nitai Gaur Haribo, 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 Gaur Haribo. Gaur Premanande.
Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajikacharya Stotar Shishimad Abhay Charanaravinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajikacharya Stotar Shishimad Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai. Ananta Kulti Vaishnavinda Ki Jai. Nama Acharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem se Gaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gogopinath Shamakund Radhakund Giri Govardhan Ki Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Shri Mayapur Navadip Dham Ki Shri Jagannath Puri Ki Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi Ki Jamuna Devi Ganga Devi Ki Samba Beta Bhakta Vrinda Ki. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. Gaur Premanande Haribo.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. So the next part of the program is we are going to recite Sri Brahma Samhita. That will be shown in that back screen. So maybe for the some time you can turn toward that screen, and then once the program is start, you can face toward the stage. Thank you so much.
Ishvara Parama Krishna Tatkarnikaram Tadhama Tadanantang Shasambhavam Karnikaram Mahadyantrang Shatkonam Vajrakilakam Shadanga Shatpadistanam Prakritya Purushena Cha Premananda Mahananda Rasena Bastitam Hiya Jyotirupena manuna kama bijena sangatam Tatkinjalkam tadangshanam tatpatrani shriyamapi Chatur ashram chatur shvetadipakyam adbhutam Chatur asram chatur murtesh chatur dhamma chatuskritam Chaturbhi purushartaischa chaturbhir hetubhir vratam Shular dasha bhiranandam urdvado didvikshapi Ashtabhir nidibhir justam ashtabhi siddhibhistata Manurupaischa dashabhir dikpalai parito vratam Shamar gauraischa raktaischa Shuklaischa parshadarshabhi Shobhitam shaktibhistabhir Adbhuta bisamantataha Evam jyotirmayo deva Sadananda paratparaha Atma ramasya tasyasti Prakritya na samagamaha Mayaya ramamanasya Naviyogasthaya saha Atmana ramaya reme Tyaktva kalam sushikshaya Niyati sa ramadevi Tatpriya tadvasham tada Talingam bhagavan shambhur Jyoti rupa sanatanaha Yonisa parashakti Kamo bijam mahaddarehe Linga yonyatmika jata Ima maheshwari prajaha Shaktiman purusha soyam Linga rupi maheshwaraha Tasmin avirabu linge Mahavishnur jagatpatihi Sahasra shirsha purushaha Sahasraksha sahasrapat Sahasrabahur vishvatma Sahasramsha sahasrasuh Narayana sabhagavan Apastasmat sanatanat Avirasit kararnarno Nidhi sankarshanatmakaha Yoga nidram katastasmin Sahasramsha swayam mahan Roma bilajaleshu bijam sankarshanasya cha Haimanyantari jatani mahabhuta vratani tu Pratyandam evam ekam shad vishati swayam Sahasramurdha vishvatma Mahavishnu sanatanaha Raman gad asrajad vishnum Dakshinangat Prajapatim Jyotirlinga Mayam Shambhum Kurchadeshad Advasrajat Ahankaratmakam Vishvam Tasmad Etad Vyajayata Atataistri Vidhervesher Lilam Udvahata Kila Yoga Nidra Bhagavati Tasya Shririva Sangata Shashikshayam tato nabhes tasya padmam vaniryayo tannalam himanalinam brahmano lokam adbhutam tatvani purvarudhani karanani parasparam samavaya prayogaccha vibhinnani pratak pratak chitchaksha sajjamanota Bhagavan Adi Purushaha Yojayan Mayaya Devo Yoga Nidram Akalpayat Yojayitva Tutanyeva Pravivesha Swayam Guham Guham Pravishte Tasmimstu Jivatma Pratibhudyate Sannityo Nitya Sambandha Prakritischa Paraivasa Evam sarvatma sambandham nabhyam padmam harerabhut tatra brahmad bhavad bhuyash chaturvedi chaturmukaha
Sanjato Bhagavachaktya Tatkalam Kilachoditaha Sashrikshayam Matim Chakre Purva Samskara Samskritaha Dadarsha Kevalam Dvantam Nanyat Kim Api Sarvataha Uvacha Puratastasmai Tasya Divya Saraswati Kama Krishnaya Govinda He Gopi Jana Ityapi Bhalabhaya Vryahaner Mandrante Dasyati Prayam Tapastang Tapaetena Tavisidhir Bhavishyati Atapethe Suchiram Prinan Govindam Avyayam Shweta Dvipa Patim Krishnam Golokastam Paratparam Prakritya Gunarupinya Rupinya Paryupasitam Sahasradala Sampanne Koti Kinjalka Brimhite Bhumish Chintamanis Tatra Karnikare Mahasane Samasinam Chintanantam Jyoti Rupam Sanatanam Shabda Brahmamayam Venum Badayantam Mukham Buje Valasani Ganavratam Swashrar Amsher Abhishtutam Atavenu Traimurti Mayigatihi Spuranti Praviveshashu Mukhabjani Swayambhuvaha Gayatrim Gayatastasmad Adigatya Sarojajaha Samskritaschari Gununa Dvijatam Agamatataha Traya Prabhudho Tahvidhir Vignata Tatvasagaraha Tushtava Veda Sarena Stotrena Nena Keshavam Chintamani Prakara Sadmasukalpa Vriksha Laksha Vriteshu Surabhira Pipalayantam Lakshmi Sahasra Shatasambrama Sevyamanam Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Venum Kwanantam Aravindantалaya Taksham Barhavatam Sam Asitam Buddha Sundarangam Kandarpakoti Kamaniya Vishesha Shobham Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Alola Chandra Kalasadvana Malyavamshi Ratnangadam Pranayakeli Kalavilasam Shyamam Tribanga Lalitam Niyata Prakasham Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Angani Yassa Sakalendriya Vrittimanti Pashyanti Panti Kalayanti Chiram Jaganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadujjvala Vigrahasya Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Advaitam Achutam Anadim Anantarupam Adhyam Purana Purusham Navayovanam Cha Vedeshu Durlabham Adurlabham Atma Bhaktau Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Pantasukoti Shatavatsara Sambragamyo Vayoradhapi Manaso Munipунgavanam Sopyastiya Praparasimya Vichintya Tattve Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Ekopya Saurachaditum Jagadanda Koting Yachchaktirasti Jagadanda Chayaya Dantaha Andantarasta Padamanu Chayantarastam Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Yadbhava Bhavitadiyo Manujastataiva Samprapya rupa mahima sanayana bhushaha Suktaryameva nagama pratitaistivanti Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Ananda chinmaya rasa pratibhavitavis Tavirya eva nijarupa taya kalabihi Goloka eva nivasatya kilatma bhuto Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Premanjana churita bhakti vilochanena Santak sadaiva hridayeshu vilokayanti Yam shyama sundaram achintya gunaswarupam Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Ramari muti shukala niyamena tishtan Nanavataram akarod bhuvaneshu kintu Krishna swayam samabhavat parama pumanyo Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Yasya prabha prabhavato jagadanda koti Koti shashesha vasudhari vibhuti bhinam Tad brahma nishkalam anantam ashesha bhutam Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Maya hiyasa jagadanda shatani sute Traigunya tad vishayave
Can we just put these in a nice order? Right now they're looking all haphazard. Can they be neat and straight lines? Otherwise it's a visual noise. Please help us put them in a straight line. Hare Krishna. Good to see you. Prabhu? Okay, good. Thank you. Yes. I did email, yeah. हाँ, कहाँ है कितना? लेकिन बाकी के लिए. Ready with this? I'll just start this. Yes. मेरे पास लिस्ट नहीं है लोगों के नाम की, सारे लेके चले गए. Just the blue bag. Just later. I'll be speaking for at least 2-3 minutes. It'll go on. Om Jnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj, please accept our respectable obeisances. The Brahma Gauriya Sampradaya had the Krishna's teachings documented by Srila Vyasadeva. And those teachings were very meticulously and carefully transmitted throughout, down to the disciplic succession. And then the Lord came once again in the form of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the Kali Yuga to emphasize the teachings one more time. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu actually said that Yare dekha tare kaha Krishna upadesh Amar agya guru hoina tare sara desh. So follow the instructions and orders of Krishna, instruct everybody to follow them, and that way everybody will become a guru and be able to liberate the people in the entire land. So Srila Prabhupada took this order very seriously to his heart, and he actually, in order to propagate that further, he crossed various oceans and came to United States of America to spread Krishna consciousness amongst the first world country. And just like as the churning of the ocean brought so many good things like the nectar, similarly Prabhupada's crossing of the ocean also brought on many gems. And you, dear Guru Maharaj, is one of the most precious gems that we have here. And true to your spiritual master, you are also propagating Krishna consciousness with a lot of diligence, spending a lot of years with a lot of humility, a lot of sincerity. And I'm sure that Prabhupada is smiling at us as he sees you working so hard to deliver us who are the fallen souls and take us back to Godhead. So on this glorious and wonderful occasion of celebrating your Vyas Puja Day, your dear God siblings and your dear wife Nirakla Mataji, your disciples, aspiring disciples, Siksha disciples, and as well as friends and well-wishers took this opportunity to glorify you and express the gratitude, and thus, express the gratitude to Srila Vyasadeva by offering this Vyas Puja to you. And so we are humbly requesting you to kindly allow us to read certain things from a book. And so what we did was that we captured all the words and all the sentiments into a Vyas Puja book. And I'd like Ramanandasaka Prabhu to present that to you, and if you'll kindly accept that. Very well.
one slight change. Satyadeva Prabhu is here.
Who?
Satyadeva Prabhu is here. So we're going to ask him to read Keshav Bharati Maharaj.
Okay. Thank you. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thank you so much, Prabhu. It was a team effort. So Maharaj, we could spend many millions of lifetimes of Brahma trying to describe your good qualities, and they're never going to end. We'll never reach the end of it because they're endless. So we humbly request you to kindly bless us and allow us to read a few of the offerings from the book. Thank you so much, Maharaj. So before we go there, I just wanted to sort out a few logistic things about this. So we have got 3 columns of mats over here, which are reserved for the devotees who are going to come and read. And we're trying to do that in the most efficient possible manner. So we will call out the names of 3 at a time of devotees who would get up and speak. And if you had a family who presented the offering, do come with the entire family and sit up front over here. After you have made your offering, please do walk back in that direction and then find any place over there. You can leave these 3 columns blank then so that others can come and fill it up. One more important thing I wanted to point out was that, and I will continue to point out throughout the day, is that the big branch outside is about to fall. And so that's the material world. And so please don't use that door at all. We have locked it, but don't try to unlock it and use it because it's dangerous. It's a big thing, right? So we'll start with the offering of Keshav Bharati Maharaj. And I don't think he needs any introduction. Who does not know of Keshav Bharati Maharaj, the delightful sannyasi from Govardhan, and also the story of how he made his mom Krishna conscious. And he's an editorial genius. He's a dear friend of our Guru Maharaj. And he has a very super busy schedule. But despite that, he took time off to write an offering. So I'd like to request Satyadev Prabhu, if you can read his offering. Thank you so much, Prabhu. You can sit on the chair. Thank you, Prabhu. Of the book? We will give you the book. Yeah. Come the book. In 3 जन को
Thank you, Nirkula Mataji, for allowing me to read this. Dear Vaisesika Prabhu, please accept my humble obeisances All glories to our beloved spiritual master, father, and best friend, Srila Prabhupada. A wealthy man with the means to build a skyscraper must first inject pilings deep into the earth to support the structure's foundation. The number, depth, and strength of those pilings determine how high he can build, especially in sandy soil. The common man wonders over the visible portion of this achievement and the edifice seeming to tower from the ground. But the informed architectural engineer analyzes the hidden foundation as well as the gleaming building to predict how long the structure will stand. I am no structural engineer, Vaisesika Prabhu, but it appears obvious, even to me, that to build the number of floors you have already built on your spiritual skyscraper, you must have been injecting the pilings of auspicious activities, samskars, and devotional service for many, many lifetimes. And every time I see you, the skyscraper gets taller, which means that everything you do is all auspicious. Well, that's nice. I've lived with you enough to know that you never stop hearing and chanting and serving the glories of the Lord and His pure devotees, even when you're alone. Srila Prabhupada once defined the Guru as the one who is most addicted to Krishna. You perfectly fit this bill. The result of your 40+ years of constant hearing and chanting is that an infectious spiritual enthusiasm emanates from you, a fire that brings out the fire of desire to serve the Sankirtan movement in anyone who comes in touch with you. Only an empowered devotee in full samadhi of bhakti yoga can have such an effect on people. Nowhere is this effect more noticeable than when you are on the streets and going door to door, meeting conditioned souls to distribute Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda's mercy in the form of Srila Prabhupada's transcendental literature. You are so expert, so at ease, so comfortable distributing Srila Prabhupada's books that people could not imagine would take a book and find themselves taking one in delight. It is said that a picture is worth 1,000 words. As my screensaver randomly scrolls through my iPhoto files, sometimes I see diverse kinds of people, from Buddhist monks to Islam imams to senior ladies to kids in the street, all posing with you in huge grins, with huge grins on their faces, and a book they had just purchased from you, held affectionately in their hands. You teach by example, leaving everyone you meet with a good impression. Is there need for any more proof? Even if there isn't, the other day I read a GNAB. Good News Action broadcast from a loyal ISV devotee, Priya Kishori Devi Dasi. It reads like a page from the Chaitanya Charitamrita quotation. After we finished the few houses, we went back to the car to reload our bags. As we reloaded the books, we were discussing where to go next. From behind, a young man came to use the stairs to go up to his apartment on the next floor. We stopped him and said with cheerful faces and a slight prospective look in our eyes, "Hare Krishna." We started to talk to him about our temple and the preaching mission we were doing. We found out that he had recently gotten engaged and that he had relatives who come to the temple regularly. Seeing him as a fit candidate, we started to extol the glories of Srimad Bhagavatam. He was touched to the core and told us, "We need more people like you in this world. You are giving true hope to the people by contributing to this wonderful message. We were congratulating him for the wonderful tendency he had to appreciate, which was quite rare in this age of Kali. Also rare was the ability to stand and hear submissively the message of the Bhagavad. Okay, I'll take it, he said, to our heart's delight. One Srimad Bhagavatam set gone Haribol. It continues. Being so enthused to witness the way in which the mercy of Lord Nityananda was being distributed to the people of Sunnyvale, we climbed the stairs and went to the next floor, praying to witness more. We looked inside the window of one house and saw a girl studying her textbook. I knew that they were college students and would be too busy to respond. But to my surprise, when I knocked on the door, immediately the girl saw through the window and jumped up and came to the door. We were welcomed by the smell of temple incense flowing from inside the apartment. She said that her other roommate was very interested in Eastern knowledge. The other roommate came to the door and eagerly said, I have a friend named Subramaniam. He is really into Eastern practice, and he has been a mentor to me in my spiritual life. I'm a practicing Buddhist meditation. I practice Buddhist meditation, and I am a student at Cogswell Polytechnic University. She went on to explain her interest in her thrill in being able to meet us. She promised that she would come to the temple and visit us. The other roommate, who was of a very soft nature, was also impressed and took a Bhagavad Gita. Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 7, verse 3, that it is extremely rare to find dedicated people who are looking for Krishna. In all the doors that we had gone to, I felt that these were two rare souls who had great prospect to enter the blissful process of devotional service. Our fearless leader, His Grace Vaisesika Prabhu, mentions, if you go to Gulab Singh, an essential oils merchant, and ask for costly oils such as musk, he will have them for you. But if you ask him for one drop of the essence of sincerity, he will not be able to give, since it is the rarest thing. I really felt that these souls had some sincerity, so they are fit candidates for devotional service. That's the end of the quote. This is the spirit you are breathing into the devotees. Show me a person's association, and I will show you that person, as you always say. Srila Prabhupada told us that you can judge the quality of a spiritual master by the quality of his disciples. And even more breathtaking is that your taste for teaching and going out to distribute Srila Prabhupada's books is being invoked in disciples of your godbrothers. Thus, you are showing practically how to create the unity and diversity desired by Srila Prabhupada within his movement. In trying to understand this phenomenon, the effect you have on practically everyone you meet, I can only conclude that our Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is using you as an instrument to show us all how to please Him in the best possible way, by always doing good to others. Sri Krishna himself says that this is one of the symptoms of a liberated soul, sarva bhuta hite rata. Those who are beyond the qualities that arise from doubts, whose minds are engaged within, who are always busy working for the welfare of all living beings, and who are free from all sins, achieve liberation in the Supreme. Bhagavad Gita chapter 5, verse 25. Everyone I know wonders at the qualities Krishna has bestowed upon you, your effulgence, combined with your powerful 6'5" physical frame, fills up fills up any sized room you enter with the sunshine of knowledge reflecting off the windows of your spiritual skyscraper. Wow, he's so poetic. Your liberal fair-mindedness, coming from the training of highly educated parents, both university professors, is further evidence of the deep foundational samskars upon which your spiritual skyscraper stands. Finally, examining your qualities, I find all of the symptoms of a devotee awakening an ecstatic love for Krishna. Shantir avyarta kaladvam viraktir mana sunyata asa bandha samudkanta nama gane sadaruchi atasaktishtad guna yane pratishtad vasati stale itya jato nu bhava shur jata vavant kure jane. When the seed of it, this is a quotation from CC? Yeah. When the seed of ecstatic emotion for Krishna fructifies, the following 9 symptoms are manifest in one's behavior. Forgiveness, concern that time should not be wasted. Detachment, absence of false prestige. Hope, eagerness, and a taste for chanting the holy name of the Lord. Attachment to descriptions of the transcendental qualities of the Lord, and affection for those places where the Lord resides, that is, a temple or a holy place like Vrindavan. These are all called anubhava, subordinate signs of ecstatic emotion. They are visible in a person whose heart the seed of love of God has begun to fructify. It is the great privilege and honor to know you, and especially to be able to call you my friend. Hare Krishna, always your servant Keshava Bharati Goswami, Das Goswami.
Hari Hari Bol.
And I would just like to wish you a happy birthday, and just thank you for being my dear friend all of these years, friend and Krishna conscious mentor, and the unconditional love and acceptance you showed to me in spite of all my ups and downs and wishy-washiness means everything, and it really keeps me going in Krishna consciousness. So thank you very much, and I'm so impressed to see your growing family. It's really amazing. So everything here Maharaj has said is absolutely true, and you're the proof. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Satyadev Prabhu. So Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita that time I am. And today he has sent his representative in the form of Harivansh Rai Prabhu, who's sitting over there. And who's going to, can you just raise your hand please so that others can see you? And he's going to time your presentations so you know how much time has been allocated to you already. So he's going to just ding the little bell that he has over there. And what are the times that you're going to do that? At the 3rd minute and how? 3 minutes and 1 minute from the end. If your offering is of a shorter duration, like if you allocated only 3 minutes, then he will ding at the end of 1 minute before that. So coming up next is Bhakta Blake Fries from Denver, and he is involved in the prison ministry as well as in Skramnam and Mapanam at the Denver temple. So, Bhakta Blake, I can guarantee that you'll find a place in Guru Maharaj's heart because cleanliness is very, very dear to him. And I expect that all of you will stay back today and help us clean this temple.
Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I've always loved stories about great athletes. For me, you are the ultimate athlete in the best sport, Sankirtan. When you were only a teenager, you made huge sacrifices and joined ISKCON. Just like an athletic prodigy who gives up everything to follow their dreams of achieving something extraordinary. Practice makes perfect. You are an ideal example of steady determination. You became a champion, reader and distributor of Srila Prabhupada's books. Even though you had many responsibilities, you never became lazy or content with your old achievements. Now you have moved to the next stage. You have become a great coach and a worldwide teacher. Yet you are more than a coach. You also started your own team, ISV. So many persons are benefiting from your classes and writing. Your website and online classes have been such a blessing to my spiritual life. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you and your ISV team for creating these resources. What will the future hold? I believe your greatest successes and preaching adventures are yet to come. I pray to Krishna that I will be able to play a small role on your team. I've heard that a devotee said to Srila Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, everybody loves you. And Srila Prabhupada said, yes. That's because I love everyone. I've seen that you have this quality. You have a wonderful ability of genuinely connecting with each person you meet. This spring I felt so moved by the way you spoke about each devotee before you gave them their beads. I felt so proud to be in ISKCON at that moment. Guru Maharaj, thank you for your preaching. It touches my heart. I would be happier to carry your books on Sankirtan than to win the World Championship of mountain biking. With sincere gratitude, Bhakta Blake Fries.
Thank you, Bhakta Blake. And please join me in welcoming Janardhan Das Prabhu from San Diego. He is a hardcore priest and a pujari. And the first thing that he came here when he asked me when he came here was, when can I do the arti? so as he's getting ready to go and start his offering, I have a question for the audience that where did Janardhan Prabhu take his Diksha initiation? ISV is the right answer.
Happy birthday, Gurudev. Dear Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. You are the inspiration for all of us who are your disciples, as well as for many thousands who are not your disciples. You possess all the great qualities that can be found in a devotee of the Lord. I have heard it said that once one starts his or her devotional career, it can take up to 3 lifetimes of steady progress to become purified and go back home. I think this must be your last life here in the material world, because when I look at you, I see that pure soul, a soul who is always so kind and compassionate, and who always knows exactly what to say and when to say it. We who are your disciples owe you an incalculable debt. You have saved us from the worst thing imaginable, ourselves. Yes, this must be your last life, but please don't leave just yet. Why you ask? As Prabhupada said, he would have to come back to save all those who fell behind. I only hope and pray that I am the last you come back for, not just to be certain all my God brothers and sisters are safely back home, but so I can have your association as we go back home together. All glories to you, Srila Gurudev. Your most humble servant, Janardhan Das.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Janardhan Prabhu. Getting ready to make her offering is Yadurani Mataji. She is from Israel and she's now living in Radhadesh in Belgium. She traveled a distance of 6,000 miles just to come attend this Vyas Puja and to serve Guru Maharaj. And the service that she does to Guru Maharaj is endless. She works endless hours. She's staying with me, so I know that. She's very sweet and unassuming, and I have a suspicion that the sweetness comes from the million varieties of smoothies that she has been making and offering to us. So, Yadurani Mataji, the floor is all yours.
Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glory to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your most auspicious appearance day. Some devotees were able to express their feelings and realizations to the Lord only after being touched by His mercy. My words are like the impure flow of water which streams through the filter of gem-like expressions of these great souls, trying to reach and nourish the thirsty bhakti creeper in my heart. These days we are learning the 26 qualities of a devotee. I could not help but think how each one of these qualities describes so closely your person. Merciful, humble, truthful, equal to all, faultless, magnanimous, mild, clean, without material possessions, working for the welfare of everyone, peaceful, surrender to Krishna, desireless, indifferent to material acquisitions, fixed in devotional service, completely controlling the 6 bad qualities, eating only as much as required, without inebriation, respectful, without false prestige, grave, compassionate, a friend, a poet, expert, silent. In the book Acharya from BBT, which describes Srila Prabhupada's transcendental qualities, under the quality respectful, there is a quote by him saying, yes, every one of us should be ideal to the other so everyone can get impetus to make progress more and more. Under the quality be without material possessions, there is another quote from his lecture on Bhagavad Gita 2:11. I have come to your country by airplane, not to see your country. I have come for Krishna business, to see if I can induce you to Krishna consciousness. Otherwise, we have no concern with this airplane or motor car or anything. We take advantage. Similarly, when we take advantage of this body for advancing in Krishna consciousness, then it is very nice. Through hearing these qualities and seeing your example, I realize that you are the gem-like devotee who transforms others. You always inspire us by being an ideal example and an endless source of encouragement. I can say confidently that without your example and support, I am powerless and ineffective, nothing more. When Srila Prabhupada describes how a devotee moves about in this world, he says, we take advantage like a transcendental businessman, like your good self, not wasting time. You take advantage of every opportunity Krishna sends you to serve your dear Guru Maharaj, leaving you without possessions and at the same time supremely wealthy. I am very grateful to Krishna for sending you as my guide and master. Please make me worthy to be kept in your possessions and increase your wealth. Please keep me in your service so that I can touch people's hearts with your transcendental qualities. With affection and love, Hare Krishna, your servant, Yadurani Devi Dasi.
Haribo. Thank you, Yadurani Mataji. Coming up next is Bhakta Rajesh. Bhakta Rajesh is actually ex-superintendent of police. And and he actually has the experience of traveling in between 2 compartments of a train, like hanging on the pipe that connects the 2 compartments in the dead of the night, in the deepest of the cold, just because he wanted to reach Mathura on time. And he's being joined by his lovely wife, Shamlangi Devi Dasi, and the daughter, super talented Avantika. And while they're getting ready, I have a question for you, that if you have to ask a question of Avantika, what will you ask her? There you go.
Our dearest Guru Maharaj, please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories unto you on your most auspicious occasion of your appearance. We hear that you didn't get enough chance to associate with your spiritual master as much as you would have wanted. However, what we see is that you are the original heartbeat of Srila Prabhupada. You are a true role model for the whole worldwide ISKCON movement to show how to follow his or her spiritual master's instruction. We are truly blessed and extremely fortunate that you are part of ISB. You serve your senior God brothers and sisters who got to serve Srila Prabhupada directly or indirectly, as if you are actually serving Srila Prabhupada. This shows your deepest love for your spiritual master. When we went to Mayapur Yatra this year, the way you were inquiring and taking pleasure in listening the pastime of Srila Prabhupada from Shrutikiti Prabhu, who had served Srila Prabhupada personally, was so sweet and so touching. You are with Srila Prabhupada every day, every hour, every minute, every second, with every breath. You have found Srila Prabhupada in his books. During the LA Rath Yatra this year, I noticed that when everyone was busy pulling Rath, dancing, singing, and enjoying the festival, you were distributing the books with full focus, just as a beginner. Fortunate are those souls who got a book from your lotus hand. Behind your steady and exemplary devotion life, there is a one simple, dedicated, untiring force supporting you in your mission 24 hours a day, non-stop, for many, many years. Our dear, most dear Mother Nirukula.
Haribo!
Of course, she is very fortunate that she got a firm confirmation from you to take her back to Godhead. We are humbly reminding you, please do not forget us. We are also part of your extended family. Please continue to inspire us and use us in your service and mission without hesitation, even though we are not qualified at all. We just need your association and mercy, nothing else. Your aspiring servants, Avantika, Swaraj, Syamalangi, and Rajesh.
Haribo. Thank you, Rajesh Prabhu. Let's welcome the devotee couple from Irvine, Dharmendra and Preeti Saraswat. Preeti says that she likes to talk less and listen more, which I think is a good situation because Dharmendra Prabhu likes to sing Vaishnava songs.
Our dear Guru Maharaj, Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Vaisesika Das Adhikari iti namine. Please accept our humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you, Guru Maharaj. Guru Maharaj, on this auspicious occasion of your Vyas Puja, we feel completely unworthy of glorifying you. Writing about you is like showing light to the sun. Nevertheless, we will try, knowing that you will not mind our mistakes, just as a father does not mind the imprudence of a child. Srila Gurudev, it was the happiest day of our life, March 23rd, 2014, when we requested you to allow us to have the shelter of your lotus feet, and you said yes. We still remember the karuna in your eyes when you looked at us and overlooked all of our deficiencies when accepting us at your lotus feet. We had only heard about karuna till then, but on that day experienced it for the first time. We used to read about the qualities of a Sadguru, but are now able to see that in you. We have seen you in person only twice, during your visit to ISKCON Laguna Beach, now thrice that I saw you in San Diego, and now fourth time. The nectarian bhajans and lectures you delivered were so uplifting. We first-hand witnessed your potency when you distributed several Chaitanya Charitamrita at Laguna Beach within no time. We follow you on ISV TV and feel so inspired to see how carefully you have nurtured the Krishna conscious community, where not just adults but small kids are getting trained in Krishna consciousness. Guru Maharaj, it is all because of your unlimited patience, true karuna, love for other souls, enthusiasm, determination, and perseverance. It is so humbling to see you always being kind and respectful in your interactions with devotees, irrespective of whether senior or junior, old or adult. It is only because of Krishna's mercy on you through your pure devotional service that you have all these transcendental qualities. Guru Maharaj, you tirelessly work for uplifting others by your lectures, bhajans, book distribution, regular Shravanadi Jal notes, even when you are traveling around the world. You are a pure soul, especially selected by Krishna to appear in this world, to deliver fallen souls like us, and in the process create an army to fight against Maya in the years to come. Your insignificant aspiring servants, Bhakti Dharmendra and Bhaktin Preeti.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Dharmendra Prabhu. So while we are waiting for the next disciple to join in the speaking, I just want you to turn your heads around and look at the screen at the back. The picture over there is from the cover book of the Vyas Puja, and it is from the book distribution effort that Dharmendra Prabhu was just referring to in his offering. So the picture is from there. The Chaitanya Charitamrita is in Guru Maharaj's hands. So coming up next is Bhaktin Linda. She is from Texas, and she enjoys talking and being with people, but she prefers to have more intimate interactions rather than being in crowds. So yet she has braved, and she has come into this crowd over here with her offering to her Gurudeva.
My dearly beloved Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble and respectful obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to your divine grace. I'm overjoyed to be present, celebrating your Vyasa Puja with you. I am humbled and grateful to have received the mercy of sitting in your presence, speaking words of love, honor, and glorification to you, which you are most qualified and deserving to receive. I am very fortunate to be your aspiring disciple. You have mercifully and kindly taken me in under the shelter of your lotus feet. I realize I have done nothing to deserve or earn this good fortune. It is only by Krishna's causeless mercy and your causeless mercy that this is possible. And in my family, this has been a rough year for me. But when I think of the love, compassion, and mercy you have so freely given me, my heart becomes overwhelmed with joy and gratitude. Your love, compassion, and mercy are a free-flowing fountain of sweet nectar that continuously overflows. When I feel my well is running dry because Maya is right up on me, you fill my well with sweet nectar. Although thousands of miles separate us, and many times I long for your physical presence, I realize by my hearing and remembering your instructions and endeavoring to strictly follow, you are never truly separated for you or with me always, and my well continues to overflow. As I look back over this lifetime, I realize I did not know what real love was until I began remembering Lord Krishna and his love for me and began taking shelter of you. When I wobble, as I often do, and feel fear because I'm such a neophyte, knowing I have your shelter steadies me and drives away the fear. I could never love anyone more than I love you. You are the light of my life. When I think of you, I become filled with delight and ecstasy. My heart's desire is to fully surrender to you and serve you, making your instructions my very life and soul. I cannot imagine navigating this material world without you, and I know I never will because our relationship is eternal. My eyes that were filled with the darkness of ignorance, you have opened them with the torchlight of knowledge. I never wish to return to that darkness. I want to stay in the light of knowledge as you lead me back home, back to Godhead. I can only attain this by holding on to your lotus feet of mercy. I am lost and helpless in the sea of Maya and ignorance without you. You are my hope and my rescuer. Seeing the love and surrender you have for Lord Krishna and his holy name, Srila Prabhupada, and your knowledge of the Shastras is an inspiration. It is evident that Lord Krishna is first and foremost in your life. You give such rapt attention, chanting his holy name with abandon. You are exemplary in serving your beloved spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada. Your love and dedication to him and his mission is vibrant for all to see. The love in your heart for lost and fallen souls and your enthusiasm and success in distributing Srila Prabhupada's books is astonishing. Your attentive to and a careful execution of the Shastras demonstrates years upon years and hours upon hours of prayerful reading and study. I hope in this lifetime I am able to obtain a speck of these devotional qualities. I could never fill your shoes, but I desire to follow in your footsteps. Please always know and remember that I love you, I adore you, and honor you above all others. My heart and soul's desire is to serve at your lotus feet throughout all eternity. I am grateful that you have allowed me to take shelter at your lotus feet. I'm an undeserving, aspiring disciple, but very fortunate that you chose to take me in. With my deepest affection and devotion, your grateful, aspiring disciple, Bhakti Linda.
Thank you, Bhakti Linda. Bhakta Creswell is originally from the Caribbean islands of Grenada, but he flew in here today from Canada yesterday. And he brought a very interesting aspect to reading Prabhupada's books, because he said that after reading Prabhupada's books, he's able to laugh at himself.
Dear Vaisesika Prabhu, Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Bhutale Srimati Vaisesika Das Adhikari Iti Namine. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. It is a great fortune to have you as our beloved spiritual master. On this auspicious day, I am humbled to be asked to express my love and devotion to him. I have been subjected to and witnessed the power of your attraction. It was the week of the ice storm in December 2013 when I came in contact with you, Your Grace, in Toronto, Canada. To give an example of how great was that attraction, I remember vividly how I braved the sub-zero temperature and icy sidewalks heading to the bus stop that had no shelter from the bone-chilling winds. It was early morning, and the destination was a temple in downtown Toronto, Canada. I was not feeling the cold because my only thought was reaching on time for the 7 morning RT and your association, to be followed by the Bhagavatam class. The nectar that flowed from your lips was nourishing and liberating. Quoting from the Hari Bhakti Samudara, O great soul, although there are many flaws within this miserable life, there is yet one glory, the association of pure devotees. Cultivate such association. By it, our desire for liberation diminishes. I wish that my desire and those of the God siblings here on this occasion be realized, and with pure devotional service to Krishna. And with it, pure devotional service to Krishna. Your humble servant, Bhakti Krishna.
Thank you, Bhakt Creswell. Bhaktin Lauren from Laguna Beach. She is a living example of Das, Das, Dasanudas, or I don't know if it's grammatically correct, Dasi, Dasi, Dasani, Dasi. And that's what exactly she did. Ever since I met her and she landed here, there was only one question that she would ask, what can I do for you? What can I do for you? What can I do for you? And then a little lesser known fact about her is that she likes to eat apples and almond butter. Now, why does that sound familiar? Good, so you read my emails, huh? Okay, go ahead, Pati.
Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and you. It has only been 1 month since you have graciously accepted my request for shelter. And yet after 28 years, I feel like my life is just beginning. We met very briefly for the first time in March for Gaur Purnima in Laguna Beach, and I knew after a few months that it was no mistake that I began to follow your lectures and meditate upon your pure soul each day thereafter. I've been in a long period of transition with many growing pains this year. Upon meeting you, many things have shifted, and opportunities for devotional service and association have generously flooded my life. I've been faced with many challenging choices that seemingly test my faith and mercifully show me my faults. And during such duress, your words and example keep me afloat on this journey toward becoming Krishna conscious. It is without any doubt that I feel Krishna is directly speaking to me through you. I'm just beginning to wake up and see how fallen I truly am. When I see your incessant grace, your knowledge, your compassion, your love for Srila Prabhupada, just to name a few traits, I realize just how covered and blind I am. I've been desperately praying to Krishna for a spiritual master for 2 years. I knew to look for someone who possessed the 26 qualities listed in the Bhagavad Gita. What would take me a whole lifetime, if not longer, to cultivate just one of these transcendental qualities? You gracefully express and share them all. I had the great opportunity to serve with you and Mother Nirkula leading up to Rath Yatra in LA this past week, a little while ago. I was in reverence to hear you chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, thinking of the Lord in the midst of carrying hot buckets of pasta. When I mentioned I was preparing for my brother's wedding, you said, please give him my blessings. I was awestruck that you'd be so considerate to bless my brother, showing compassion towards someone you don't even know. When you took a second to greet me the morning of Rath Yatra and asked how my time was with my family, you kindly mentioned how Grihastha life is in some ways the best opportunity for preaching. Srila Prabhupada stated in a lecture at Stockholm University in 1973, the spiritual master will never say, I am God, I can give you mercy. No, that is not a spiritual master. That is a bogus pretender. The spiritual master will say, I am a servant of God, I have brought his mercy. Please take it and be satisfied. This is the spiritual master's business. You undoubtedly embody this sentiment, this mood, and this example. Every moment in your association is teaching me how to be a servant of Krishna and his devotees, and hopefully a dedicated servant to you as well, how to live a life full of compassion and love for Krishna. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Lila 1951 states, according to their karma, all living entities are wandering throughout the entire universe. Some of them are being elevated to the upper planetary systems, and some are going down into the lower planetary systems. Out of many millions of wandering living entities, one who is very fortunate gets an opportunity to associate with a bona fide spiritual master by the grace of Krishna. By the mercy of both Krishna and the spiritual master, such a person receives the seed of the creeper of devotional service. As this verse states, it is only by the mercy of a pure devotee of Krishna, spiritual master, that one can achieve devotional service. Therefore, I beg to remain in your shelter and serve you in any way that pleases you. I hope that by pleasing you, I can one day find my love for Krishna that is so densely covered over in my heart. Thank you, Guru Maharaj, for giving me a chance to know and serve you, and I hope I may have the opportunity to forever serve and please you. Although this only begins to detail my reverence and appreciation for you, much like a toddler with few words, I hope I may grow in my ability to express my deep gratitude for you. Eternally your servant, Bhaktin Lauren.
Thank you, Lauren. Please welcome Jhadu Thakur from San Diego. He wrote a beautiful offering to you, Guru Maharaj, but he decided to give it up in favor of reading an offering from Bhakt Benjamin. For those of you who don't know, Bhakt Benjamin is actually in prison for life. And during the trial, he met some ISKCON devotees. They introduced him to some books, and then he got in touch with the ISKCON prison ministry. So rest of it, is history after he met our Guru Maharaj. Bhakt Benjamin, actually, he takes people's trash and he converts that into necklaces. One of them he's wearing over here. So thank you, Jhadu Thakur Prabhu, for reading this offering. And will we be able to send this book to him there, to the prison, or we will do it? Okay, thank you.
My dear Guru Maharaj, Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Vaisesika Adhikari Tinamine. Please kindly accept my most humble obeisances and prayers at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you. This is the first time that I have been able to participate in formally glorifying and worshipping you during the Vyas Puja. It is a little difficult for me to fully express in words all that I am feeling. Please forgive my ineptitude. You knew all about my faults and shortcomings when I first approached you, seeking shelter under your lotus feet. But you are so merciful that knowing what you know, you overlooked all my faults, and without hesitation, you offered me shelter. You saved me. You looked through my multitude of sins and offered me succor. Over the last few years that we have been corresponding, you have helped me to develop and grow a serious and sincere faith in the holy names. And in doing that, my faith in you has also grown beyond any bounds. In what I have read in the scriptures about one's spiritual master, you are Krishna's direct representative. I firmly know this to be true. On top of all the mercy you have bestowed upon this most unworthy rascal, quite recently you have done two more things which have quite literally blown me away. The first is that you sent me an initiation packet. I am such a fallen soul, and yet you are considering to lift me up. I am simply awed by your boundless grace and mercy. And then on top of that, you have given me the service of writing essays about my Krishna conscious realizations. My dear Gurudev, I have nothing to offer you but myself. I beg to offer myself to you as a menial servant. I would be happy to be a mere dog lying at the dust of your lotus feet. I beg to ask for your forgiveness for all my faults and shortcomings. I beg for your mercy to serve you birth after birth in perpetuity. I bow at your lotus feet. Whether you do lift me up or kick me down, I shall remain prostrated at your lotus feet. I beg to thank you for your boundless mercy. Vaisesika Kinkara Dasa Anudasa, your most fallen, insignificant, aspiring servant, Bhakta Ben.
Thank you so much, Jhadu Thakur Das, for reading this wonderful offering to us. You cannot think of the LA Rath Yatra without thinking about this couple from Laguna near Girl, and whether it is garland making, or whether it's decorating, or cooking for Krishna, or it is hiking or kayaking, any of that stuff, they leave an indelible mark in anything that they touch. Please welcome Bhaktin, Poonam, and Bhakta Guru.
Dear Vaisesika Prabhu, Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimate Vaisesika Das Adhikari Iti Namine.
Please accept our humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. In Robert Frost's poem, The Road Not Taken, he writes, "Two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. In this material world, we are all but mere travelers trying to find our way out of this misery and illusion of a happiness. Fortunately, Srila Prabhupada has given us a way out. He has provided us with the Krishna consciousness movement, in which we have the holy name, book distribution, and prasadam distribution, amongst many other things. We are thankful to you for taking the road less traveled. because it has made all the difference in our lives. You inspire us to be the best that we can be in serving Srila Prabhupada and you by distributing the holy name. With your mercy, we are enthusiastic about performing service, engaging in devotee association, and wanting to put in our 108%.
At LA Rath Yatra, you never once stopped. From frying pinwheels to making pasta salad, which we shamelessly admit to being pasta salad prasadam hordes about, to bagging books, to writing the book Rickshaw, to making time to speak with each individual person that needed and wanted to be near you. You always had a smile on your face. Your presence makes us want to be better, try harder, do more service, and keep on spreading the holy name. No matter how menial or small the service, you always make everyone feel special and needed in the movement. Thank you for being such a great leader, and thank you for sharing Mother Nukula with all of us. She is so merciful, kind, and generous with her love, time, and nurturing personality. Her hugs give you a second wind, and her smile makes you blissful. Her pasta salad is the taste of Rath Yatra. Jai Jagannath. With gratitude, affection, and love, Bhakti Guru and Bhakti Punam.
Thank you so much, Bhakta Guru and Bhaktin Punam. Coming up next is our very dear Damodar Vanshidhari Prabhu. And I will not even begin to talk about his good qualities because we all will be here till the cows come home. However, I have a question for the pundits in the audience. Now listen carefully, because Mukharvinda said it was complicated. So if the earth was to fall down into the Garbhodak ocean, what would Damodar Vanshidhari Prabhu say? Jai Jagannath.
Mother Shraddha said in the beginning that people who are coming here should come along with your families. So since I'm going to speak of Temple ISV, all of you who are part of this congregation, please mentally assemble around, either from remote online locations or here. And we pray to you, Prabhu, that may unconditional, unrestrained, uninterrupted love and support comes from you for all of us. Please always keep us in your thoughts. Thank you so much. And this is becoming one of the biggest festival of ISV, and we like to welcome all the traveling devotees to ISV. Let's give a big Haribol to welcome them. Haribol! We sincerely wish that this room becomes small in the coming years with a number of devotees coming for Vyas Puja of your grace. Thank you so much. Dear Vaisesika Prabhu ji, Koti Dandavat Pranams, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. ISV has made a special place for Srila Prabhupada movement in North America. The differentiating factor is your leadership that guides the whole community, that is nurtured with your love, culture, and vision. You take utmost care for devotees' welfare and wellness. Put them into Ananda with your smile and Gandharva Kirtans in each encounters. We are very lucky to have continuous guidance from senior leader like you, which many North American centers cannot claim. We hope your leadership and mentoring continues longer at ISV. As your US home base, we pray to witness you helping many people coming to Krishna consciousness through your grace. We are very happy on this auspicious Vyas Puja ceremony of your grace, and we would like to dedicate the Ganges water of ISV progress to the source of Ganges water, that is you. In less than 1.5 years of of Lordship to the new home base at Mountain View, California, we have observed enormous expansions by your carefully formulated strategies. Growth in congregation has gone up by almost 100% and more. Average attendance in Sunday feast, Wednesday and Saturday programs have gone up. The Sunday feast festivals have improved significantly by your creative ideas. We are consistent within top 3 in book distribution in North America, and we all know very well as to where your heart is for pleasing Srila Prabhupada and the Parampara. Under your direction, Smart Box saw the maximum lift in last year with Selva Prabhu's services. Large number of Bhakti Shastri and Bhakti Vaibhava graduates are on the path of Sage by Page. You promote the direct instructions from Srila Prabhupada. You should also read my books through such departments. Your desire to have state-of-art multimedia infrastructure in studio format for broadcast of Holy Name and remote access is befitting large number of devotees worldwide. Actually, it's benefiting large number of devotees worldwide. Online viewers base in ISV have also doubled from last year. Number of days for dress changes for the lordships have gone up incrementally from BASCOM days. Increase in variety and quantity of Mangala Arati and other bhoga for lordship provides prasad for the visitors who then again come to ISV. As you told, this is a secret weapon of mass Maya destruction. Over 80 plus kids registered for Sunday School Vedic Academy, and you take special care for them as they are to become future for ISKCON. Other creative engagements like Srila Prabhupada Movie Night, Complete Yoga Package, Little Krishna Camps, along with expansions on prison hospital preaching, all are going on. Very informative communication and publicity department choosing very interesting topics for discourses. Festivals have become more blissful as we have scaled infrastructure with better facilities. Chanting of one round with every visitor during Sunday feast has been very well received. Motal Gita has expanded very nicely all around North America. Expansions in corporations like Google, Intel, Apple, Cisco, and many others. Outreach and PLA activity with initiatives like Kirtan Mellows, steady rise in monthly donation and finances stability of temple after move, continuous enhancements in temple facilities like situation room. That's a room which we have where discussions happen. Guest room, Tulasi care, etc. And actually we are getting life-size Murti of Srila Prabhupada coming Sunday. So please stay here. Mother Jagarini Mataji and Vaisesika Prabhu have worked very diligently on that, and we will see how it looks, but I promise it will be one of the best Srila Prabhupada deities in the whole ISKCON. So we'll wait for that. Actually, the initiators are a lot, so I'll quickly just go there. You want every place at ISV to be spotless clean, and ISV is now one of the cleanest temple in ISKCON. Please forgive me, other ISV devotees. I have some list. I'm just following Prabhu's Ghanti order. Many devotees, you promote always better service and encourage cooperation and tolerance among devotees. We pray and hope to always get mercy from you to continue in that spirit. Many devotees wrote for you as, open quotes, I would like to express our sincerest and heartfelt gratitude to you, and always being a true friend, inspiration, guide, and well-wisher, quotes close. Another devotee writes, open quotes, thank you very much for engaging us in serving Srila Prabhupada's glorious mission of spreading Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan movement, of spreading holy names for the benefit of all living entities, close quotes. As an example of expression of joy from one department, garland making, Open quotes, it's wonderful service. We cannot tell in words how we are all enjoying making garlands for Krishna and Radha. We are trying to remove our dust while making the garlands, and each flower is waiting to go to Krishna's feet. Close. There are many, all those things are there. We are happy to have your association, Prabhuji, and we wish we can cooperate and serve under you to become one of the shining example of devotee community in the world of Srila Prabhupada's movement. Always in your service, unconditionally, ISV team. Haribol.
Bhaktin Kara is from Memphis in Tennessee. And a few years ago, she joined a Christian seminary with the intention of graduating from getting a master's there. And thank God she dropped off. She met... She met Guru Maharaj over the internet and took his shelter. And this last Wednesday was the first time that he saw him in person. She was so excited that she did not sleep the night before because she was scared she would miss the early morning flight. Bhaktin Kara, the floor is yours.
My dear Guru, please accept my most humble obeisances. All glory to Srila Prabhupada and all glories to you who have been like a spiritual father to me. In the last year, since I wrote my last Vyasa Puja offering, you and I have been able to get to know each other better. I believe this has led me to ask more pertinent questions and has allowed you to answer me with more intimate guidance. You have indeed been a spiritual father to me. At the time of my biological father's disappearance from this world this past December, you called me 3 times over 3 days and helped me to see this event in a more Krishna-conscious way. I still miss him very much, and I am still attached to him, I admit, but I know in my heart that he has taken another birth, hopefully gaining a human body, since I was able to have conversations about Krishna consciousness in his presence while he was in the hospital. There have been several times in your classes and lectures when you have stressed that listening is the most important component to helping a person who is going through spiritual or material difficulties. That is what you did when you called me after my father's disappearance. You allowed me to speak without interruption so that I could reveal to you what was in my heart. Though it is not like I gave you much of a choice. I remember talking over you several times when you attempted to speak. The most important thing you did, though, was allow me to talk over you. I believe you gave me more pertinent advice after I spoke, and I appreciate that so much. You did indeed open my eyes to the spiritual truths of the situation, and that helped me a great deal. Aside from spiritual direction relating to my father's passing, you have given me direction in other ways as well. I have had difficulties in giving up habits that are not favorable for my growth in spiritual life. I know that in one case I was pretty stubborn, and you advised me to give up a particular habit little by little and not give it up cold turkey. You advised me to reduce that activity in a way that is easier for me rather than just asking me to give it up all at one time. I remember a story about Srila Prabhupada advising a devotee to give up smoking by reducing the number of cigarettes smoked by 1 a day. That is similar to the advice you gave me, and I think Srila Prabhupada would be very happy and pleased with that. Another way in which you have helped me has been with service. There are a couple of things you have asked me to do in the service of Krishna and his devotees. Recently, I asked for more service that would allow me to use my intellect. You honored that request by giving me a service that allows me to both stretch my mind and to serve the devotees of Krishna in a very important project. I feel like I am doing important work in each of my services, and I thank you for that. There are many ways in which I fall short of the standard when it comes to spiritual practice. I am far from being perfect in spiritual life, and I only hope I can take your directions and please you and Krishna in small ways. I believe you are truly a representative of Krishna, and I try to see you as a person who is as good as God, as the Shastras and Srila Prabhupada instruct. I will never know what you saw in me that prompted you to accept me as an aspiring disciple. As I said, I have many shortcomings and don't deserve the mercy you have given me. All I can do is try my best to serve you and the disciples in the best way I know how. Thank you for giving me these opportunities, and thank you for being my spiritual father. Your aspiring servant, Bhakti and Kara.
Thank you so much, Bhakti and Kara. So a couple of announcements. I had promised that I'll be repeating the announcement throughout the day. The tree outside is going to, one of the big branches of the tree is going to fall down. And we have cordoned out that area, so our request is not to use this particular gate. And even if you are in the kitchen crew, maybe you can come this way, but don't try to come through that particular gate. Okay? Pran Hari Prabhu from Denver. He is an accomplished cook. So we should keep him in good humors and, befriend him. He tries not to take a nap without completing his rounds or his service. Now there's a little homework for you. Next time you meet him, ask him why he does that. I'm not going to tell you.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Shimate Vaisesika Das Adhikari Iti Namine. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Guru Maharaj, I cannot thank you enough for your endless kindness upon such a conditioned soul as myself. You have causelessly awarded me the shade of your lotus feet, because of which a seedling of devotion may at long last sprout in this hard and barren heart of mine. Please may I keep these lotus feet as my eternal treasure and serve them life after life. You are so much appreciated by all of us at the New Bhadrak Ashram in Denver. You are our general, directing us how to become one coherent unit, giving us a chance to serve this most glorious Sankirtan mission. You are the true friend, the real father, because you teach us who we actually are and how to teach this to others. The distribution of Srila Prabhupada's books is your life and soul. I simply hanker to follow in your footsteps. Guru Maharaj, the relentless enthusiasm exhibited in your service to Srila Prabhupada can never compare to that of a common materialistic man, neither in quality nor quantity. You've established this temple, extensively networked online, vigorously studied Srila Prabhupada's books, developed presentations, given seminars on book distribution. Because of your sincere push to please Srila Prabhupada, temples in North America are now distributing Srimad Bhagavatam sets to meet their set goals. You are changing the world by such efforts. And the materialist, he works off all of his God-given energy for a small bit of flickering happiness. But thankfully for such men, all of your energy is offered in the loving service of your Guru Maharaj by bringing the conditioned souls closer to Krishna, the only true source of eternal unlimited bliss. Therefore, Guru Maharaj, on this special day of your appearance, may I offer my gratitude to you and beg your blessings that I may similarly be engaged in the loving service of Srila Prabhupada. I simply pray to take advantage of this outstanding opportunity of devotional service I've been given and to serve you and all of your servants more sincerely every day. All glories unto you, Guru Maharaj. Hare Krishna. Your aspiring servant. Pranaharidas.
Thank you, Prabhu. Let's welcome Sweet Bhaktin Sarika from Dublin, who can laugh and cry at the same time. Her motto in life is smile and the world smiles back at you. She's smiling right now. She has been only here for a few months, and she started the Bhakti Vriks at her home. And actually yesterday was a session there, but still she was here at 6 o'clock in the morning after that. So that's really, really daunting. And she is joined by her husband, Sushil, and the lovely daughter, Niharika.
My dearest Guru Maharaja, I offer my humble obeisances unto your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I'm extremely grateful and never indebted to you for giving me shelter, even though I'm unfit to receive such mercy. Because of your mercy, I could take some baby steps in my devotional service. I offer my obeisances to the lotus feet of Sri Sri Guru Gauranga Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sri Sri Radha Mohanji, Sri Lakshmi Nrsimhadev, Sri Shaligram Maharaja, praying that we can all together continue to increase our service to their lotus feet perpetually. I offer my most humble obeisances unto the lotus feet of my God sisters and God brothers for their association, friendship, love and mercy, and giving me the support and showing by example how to perform selfless service. I pray for your continued association. Today I consider extremely fortunate that Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohanji and Srila Prabhupada has given me the opportunity to write an offering for someone like your grace. While we were in San Diego, I had started listening to your lectures online. For months together I was listening to your lectures. It gave pleasure to my heart to watch your glowing, smiling, radiant face with deep love for Srila Prabhupada evident in your discourses. Over a period of time, I felt a strong sense of respect, reverence, and love towards you, something which a child feels for his father or mother. In fact, this was the first time since I began my journey on the wonderful path of Krishna consciousness, I was experiencing such a feeling for someone who is imparting spiritual knowledge. And that's when I realized these are the feelings for my Guru Maharaja. Soon Krishna provided me chance of your darshan at Laguna Beach Temple, and that day has been forever etched on my heart. When I had your darshan for the first time, I saw an exceptionally bright, tall, handsome, white-clothed sage seated in front of me. I looked at your eyes and I could sense the gentleness in them. I immediately remembered a sentence you often spoke during your online book distribution workshop. Your eyes look spiritual to me. I wondered how much these gentle eyes must have read from the books of your beloved spiritual master Srila Prabhupada. I also recollected the transcendental Kirtan and discourse you gave on the glories of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. During Prasadam time, I remember you had a cloth tied on your waist, just like Krishna and Balrama would have tied their clothes around their waist, and you were lovingly serving nectar to all the assembled devotees. This glorious sight has been firmly etched on my mind, and in that bliss, I don't know how many glasses of nectar I must have drank that day. Every time you passed by, you replenished my empty cup, and I felt if I take shelter under your lotus feet, my devotional cup will also get filled one day. I am forever grateful for my incredibly good future fortune, for being part of ISV family now, and getting a chance of seeking your darshan, listening to your lectures, transcendental Kirtan, be part of Harinam Sankirtan. It encourages me to keep the always better service motto in the forefront. More surrender to Krishna and more dedication to the devotional path on which you light our way. I only hope that I can become your good Shishya by ably serve my Guru Maharaja. I humbly beg for your mercy. Hare Krishna.
Jai. Thank you so much, Bhakt and Sarika. So I just wanted to take a little moment and introduce Bhakt Rajesh to you, the one who was traveling in between compartments on the train. He's the one who's organizing the logistics. And when Hansapriya Mataji, Rajesh and I were talking about how we're going to manage the logistics of this, we decided that we're going to have all the presenters on one side and then have them move up front so that the three in a row will always be up here. So if you can adhere to that. And we are going to have a break for those of you who have got Ekadashi, keeping Ekadashi breath. Our Annapurna, Hansapriya Mataji, has prepared wonderful prasadam for you, which will help you break your fast. Now, during the break, it's going to be a 15-minute break, and we have Harivansh Prabhu who's timing it, right? And so there are several things that you can do in the break. You can break your fast. You can find out why Pran Hari Prabhu does not sleep. Or you can go to tiny.cc at VP-2014, right at the back, and you can download the electronic version of the Vyas Puja book. It's available in the book. I'd like to thank Trisha Prabhu, who worked endlessly on that. He faced some technical glitches, and the ebook arrived at 7:30 over here. So I was a nervous wreck. So prasadam is over there, outside the door, and 15 minutes start now. Okay, please don't eat inside, otherwise you can clean it. Yeah.
Keep your back.
Timrandhasya Gyan
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Shri Radha Madhava Mohan Ji ki. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, yeah. Thank you so much, Madhukari Prabhu. And incidentally, he is the next person in line to offer his show of gratitude to Guru Maharaj. Madhukari Prabhu is our fearless leader from Denver, and he is an expert in music. He's a genius in music, actually. Actually, he's a genius at everything. He has a strong appetite for memorizing verses. And it's not like me, like in a verse here, a verse there, gone here today, gone tomorrow, not like that. He memorizes entire cantos of Srimad Bhagavatam. That's a Madhukari Prabhu for us. And he doesn't have to, he's so blessed, he doesn't have to learn things. They come to him automatically. One day he started playing the harmonium without anybody having to teach it. So that's our Madhukari Prabhu. Let's give him a big hand. And the floor is all yours now.
Jai Srila Gurudev ki.
Jai.
Krishna is a genius too. Please accept my obeisances. All glories to you, Guru Maharaj. All glories to your divine grace. As Vyas Puja offering, you may enjoy a summary of what I've learned this year from your teachings and example that I'm trying to apply in my life. Serving Krishna really means serving his devotees, and developing a loving relationship with Krishna actually means developing loving relationships with Krishna and his devotees. Almost actually, probably especially his devotees. Developing a loving relationship with Krishna actually means developing a loving relationship with Krishna and his devotees. From what I can gather, this is the essence of what it means to be a devotee. Lord Krishna told Arjuna, those who are my direct devotees are actually not my devotees, but those who are the devotees of my servant are factually my devotees. To be a devotee of Krishna means we are a servant of his devotees. Lord Krishna told Uddhava, Mad Bhakta Puja Vyadika. If you want to become my devotee, perform first-class worship of my devotees. This is seen in practice as well. When we truly make an effort to serve all of Krishna's devotees, we can feel that Krishna is pleased. We get more of a taste for associating with devotees, hearing about Krishna, chanting, etc. When there are intimate, loving relationships between Krishna's devotees, an effulgence is generated that attracts any onlooker. When others see this, they become attracted because everyone wants real love. But factually, it does not exist anywhere else in this world, outside of the relationships between Krishna and his devotees. Hardly anyone even knows what actual love is, so when people see the real thing, they become captivated. In my experience, people are most attracted to affection, encouragement, and appreciation. At least when I go on book distribution, I feel genuine, and if I feel genuine affection for people in my heart, they become more likely to take a book and reciprocate. Also, in the brahmachari ashram, developing constant unalloyed affection, encouragement, and appreciation amongst the mat-vasis creates very strong bonds that seems to allow the members to remain satisfied and inspired in that setting, and sometimes generates a nectar that at times can be intoxicating. Loving exchanges shared between Krishna and his devotees are the focus of activities in the spiritual world. So if we want to go to the spiritual world, we have to become qualified by adopting the customs of its inhabitants. His Holiness Keshava Bharati Maharaj told me to study you carefully because you have these qualities. The qualities of the inhabitants of the spiritual world. He told me that it is not possible for you to see anything negative about anyone, and in relationships with others, you are only capable of encouragement and sharing affection. I asked him if you were born with this or if you had to develop it, and he said you have always had this quality. The inhabitants of the spiritual world are always encouraging each other and putting each other ahead of themselves to serve Krishna. They are always trying to exalt and uplift each other. I have noticed that this is your habit as well. You possess the qualities of a perfect leader: encouragement, affection, and appreciation, without any propensity to envy or criticize. To exhibit these qualities requires the total absence of false ego, and I'm finding out that these qualities are the foundation of any sustainable, progressive spiritual community. It is very rare to find someone who possesses these qualities, so I feel very fortunate and blessed that you are my spiritual master. Out of your immense magnanimity, you accepted me as your disciple so that I can aspire to learn from you how to be a Vaishnava. For this I am immensely grateful and pray for your continuous blessings so that I can remain forever your student. Your servant Madhukari Das.
Thank you so much, Madhukari Prabhu. Bhaktin Kathleen from San Clemente. She learned how to surf just a few months ago. She's a musician and singer, and her life interest is to spread Krishna consciousness through her work as an artist and through recreation. With such an impressive resume and Guru Maharaj at the helm, I'm pretty sure that, mark my words, Bhaktin Kathleen is going to surf over the material ocean.
Hare Krishna Mataji. Oh my goodness. Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to His Grace Srila Prabhupada, and all glories to you on this auspicious day. This is my first Vyasa Puja letter, and I feel so humble and blessed to be part of something so great. Only Krishna's mercy has put someone so special in my life to lead me. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna instructs, forgive me. Tadvihi pranipatena pariprashena sevaya upadekshanti te yanam Janinas Tattva Darshinaha Shinaha.
Haribo!
Just to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master, inquire from him submissively and render service unto him. The self-realized souls can impart knowledge unto you because they have seen the truth. Bhagavad Gita 4:34. In the Nectar of Instruction, it states that if we cannot render direct service to our spiritual master, then we should do so by following his instructions. I'm grateful that your instructions are so accessible. Srila Prabhupada states in his purport of the Bhagavad Gita 13.8 that the spiritual master is essential, and without the instruction of a bona fide spiritual master, one cannot progress in the spiritual science. Not a weekend goes by that I do not sit and marvel at how knowledgeable and humble your students are. It makes me want to serve them and follow in their footsteps as they grow closer to Krishna through your guidance. Apicherasi papebhyaha sarvebhyaha papekritamaha sarvam yana plavenaiva vrijanam satarishyasi. Even if you are considered to be the most sinful of all sinners, when you are situated in the boat of transcendental knowledge, you will be able to cross over the ocean of misery. Bhagavad Gita 4, verse 36. Because of my past deeds, I consider myself to be the most sinful of all sinners. Only through Krishna's mercy have I been directed to get into your boat. I only ask one thing of Krishna, that I may please him by humbly serving you for the rest of my life. In gratitude and loving service, Bhaktin Kathleen.
Thank you, Bhaktin Kathleen. You may leave the mic there. Yeah, thank you. When it comes to obeying the instructions of Guru Maharaj, one name comes to my mind, and that is little Advaita, who's shy. He's looking out. He's avoiding eye contact. So the other day, I saw him. He just refused to go out on book distribution unless we gave him a little notebook, because he heard Guru Maharaj say in one of the Sankirtan seminars that you're going out book distribution, you must capture the contact details. So. I have a soft corner for Advaita. I can go on and on, but he's going to read the offerings from the Vedic Academy.
Hare Krishna. I'm reading this poem, I'm reading this offering on the behalf of students and teachers at Vedic Academy. Dear Vaisesika Prabhu, please accept our humble obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. We are grateful to you for being our leader, mentor, and spiritual father. We cannot express in words how fortunate we feel for all the opportunities and training you're giving us, for educating little Vaishnavas in the path of Krishna consciousness. We feel very fortunate as you have taken these young children under your wings. You have provided us a blissful environment at ISV. We will always cherish all the time you spend with kids, reading Krishna book and going out on picnics. Especially the wonderful picnic we had in the woods, the hike along the trail, and the games you played with the kids. We are grateful that kids here at ISV have this good fortune to be able to learn from you different spiritual aspects of life while they're growing up. You have always encouraged these little Vaishnavas when they often come around you and ask you different things, looking upon you as their spiritual grandfather. Sometimes some of them ask if they can lead prayers, play kartals or mridanga, or make announcements. Your encouragement to these tender hearts is so nourishing to them that if it makes them attracted to you more and more. Our prayer is that may they always remain attached to you and eventually be able to understand your instructions and follow it. Your humble, aspiring servants, students and teachers of ISV's Vedic Academy.
Thank you so much, Advaita, for the wonderful reading. Coming up next is Bhakt Mike Jennings from Walnut, California. Those of you who are friends with him on Facebook would know about his devotion to Guru Maharaj. A little less known fact about him is that he took several years of classes on blues guitar, and he had reached that stage where they were encouraging him to join the band. And Mike, thank you so much for not joining it. And instead he joined the Blue Man Krishna's band. So you're still in the blue. Go ahead.
My most beloved Guru Maharaj, Om Jnana Timarandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshrun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Namom Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimate Vaisesika Adhikari Tinamini. I am not even remotely qualified to type what I am about to type, so I prayed to Krishna that he may guide me in this endeavor. I chose to wait until the last minute to write this because I knew I would be able to see you at Rath Yatra this year. I waited because we had only Skyped and not met in person. I am writing this the day after Rath Yatra. When I attended Mangal Artik in the morning of Rath Yatra, I came into the temple room expecting to see you there, but I had no idea what to do. I went and offered my respects to Prabhupada and then silently came over to you. You were sitting there with your eyes closed chanting your japa. I was so nervous. I quietly offered respects to you and then slipped behind you and sat there looking at your features. This was the first time in my life that I was able to see my Guru. I looked at the edges of your ears, your neck, your torso, the way you sat, the bottoms of your feet, the beads of sweat coming off your head, the way you dressed, the way you rolled your japa and your bead bag shakes, your nostrils, your lips, your cheeks, and sika. I tried my hardest to take whatever I could into my memory. Then another disciple came up and touched your knee and offered his respects to you. I was so moved, thinking one day that could be me, and then you turned, saw me, opened up your arms, and hugged me as well. I am in no way deserving of that hug. You were like a tree, so solid and rooted that I felt no force could even move you at that moment. I felt like I was hugging my father after a long trip away, and I was so relieved at his return. I made it a point to follow you and watch you as you told me to observe you. I watched as you greeted the deities, danced, sang, interacted with the other devotees, and as you gave your speech about book distribution. Your wit and humor is sublime. You have such a way with words, making everyone feel at ease, including me. The highlight of my day came when I saw you circumambulating the temple and I joined in the walk. You may not have realized, but I was directly behind you every step of the way. I made sure to keep our feet in sync so that I could literally follow in your footsteps. I fixed my mind at the bottom of your feet and did my best to keep up with you. I could not believe how fast you could walk. I have never in my life been in that position. I am always the one who people have to keep up with, and I laughed at myself when I realized, of course he walks faster than you. He's your spiritual master. I will never forget your legs. They were like pillars of rock, and your calves were so muscular. Everything you did that day, I can say you did with all of your energy. I did not see you compromise anything, not even once. We practically ran around the temple, and I was so thankful for that moment. At one point, you took your shoes off and went to greet the deities as they were being taken to the car. I secretly slipped over and rubbed my hands all over them to gather the dust. I then rubbed it in my hair. I would have taken them and rubbed them directly in my hair if I could have gotten away with it. It was the highlight of my life that I will never forget. I was then tasked with guarding the right wheel of Balaram's chariot and was able to be in the correct position to see you interact with other disciples and to witness how you offered dandavats to the cart. You had no care at all for the asphalt or the dirt on the ground. When you stood up, I did not even see one speck of dirt on your clothes and thought of how pure you must really be and how I cannot even fathom that level of purity. Your character, your behavior, your devotion, all of your dealings are spotless and pure. You are the type of man I have always wanted to be, but never had anyone to show me how to be that way. I feel like a child who is aspiring to grow up to be just like his dad. The problem is that I'm not a worthy son. I am horribly fallen, embarrassingly impure, and not worth even of the slightest mercy of your grace. How then am I supposed to grow up and be just like you? These were the thoughts I was thinking all day. Then by your grace, the answer was bestowed upon me. I entered the booth where they were playing the Prabhupada Memories DVD on the loop. I sat down to Yogeshvara Prabhu talking about when Prabhupada told him of his childhood dolls of Radha and Krishna. He was perplexed as to why Prabhupada would do such a thing and came to the realization that he was reassuring him it was all right to surrender to him and that he would be taken care of and be fine. I then had an overwhelming sensation come over me that I could and should surrender, as you are the perfect example of a spiritual master, and I have full faith in you. I surrender to you with my whole heart and soul. You have made me confident that I can do anything you ask because I love you as my spiritual father, and my only desire is to make you proud. I have never felt this way in my entire life. You are the greatest inspiration I have ever known. I pray that birth after birth I can continue to serve you as you wish. Please engage me in any service as you see fit. I will dedicate every ounce of energy I have, and will find more if needed, to whatever service you would like me to perform. I am sitting at your feet like a child waiting on words to come from your lotus mouth. I bow down to your lotus feet with great awe and reverence. Please be merciful to this fallen conditioned soul and teach me to be a great man just like you. I can find nothing else worth pursuing in this life than service to you, my beloved Guru Maharaj, your eternal servant, Bhakti Mike.
Thank you so much, Bhakta Mike. We just need to do a little logistics over here. And while they are setting it up, I just wanted to introduce you to Anand Murari Prabhu. He's one of the 6 brahmacharis who drove 18 hours from Denver to come and attend this function. So let's give them a big hand. Anand Murari Prabhu is heavily involved in college preaching, and he loves to cook and honor prasadam. So it goes like that. His friends tell him that he talks and chants in his sleep. So today he's going to offer a song to Guru Maharaj. He's going to sing and play the guitar, and he will be accompanied by Madhukari Prabhu on the violin. The floor is all yours.
I just wanted to appreciate all the devotees, very poetic, and their offerings are all very beautiful. And so I figured it'd be in my best interest if I offered a song by Bhaktivinoda Thakur, O Vaishnav Thakur. O he Vaishnava Thakura Doyara Sagara Edase Karuna Kori. O he Vaishnava Thakura Doyara Sagara Edase Karuna Kori. Dina Parachaya Shadha He Amaya Tomara Charana Dori. Chaya Begadomi Chaya Dosha Shodhi Chaya Guna Deho Dase. Chaya Begadomi Chaya Dosha Shodhi Chaya Guna Deha Dashe. Chaya Satsanga Deho He Amara Bosechi Sangarashe. Ekaki Amara Nahi Paya Bala Hari Nam Sankirtane. Ekaki Amara Nahi Paya Bala Hari Nam Sankirtane. Tumi Kripa Kori Shadha Bindu Diya Deho Krishna Namadhane. Krishna se tomara Krishna dite paro tomara shakatiache. Krishna se tomara Krishna dite paro sakatiache. Ami tu kangala Krishna Krishna boli Dai tava pache pache.
को बोलो उसने रातला माता जी को बुक क्यों नहीं दी प्रिंटेड?
Doyara sagara edase karuna kori. Oe Vaishnava Thakura Doyara sagara edase karuna kori. Diya parachaya Shadha He Amaya Tomara Charana Dori.
Haribol! Thank you so much for the melodious singing, Prabhu. Rohini, it's question time now. So Rohini always has a smile on her face, and the question is why? That is because she's still relishing the taste of the sweet rice that Guru Maharaj gave her on her grain ceremony many, many moons ago. While kids come from home and they want prasadam, at least I did, she goes straight to Mayapur TV to watch the Mayapur program and listens to the Kirtan with rapt attention. So let's see that can we listen to her in rapt attention as she reads her offering? Go ahead, Rohini.
Hare Krishna, Vaisesika Prabhu. I have written a poem. It's called Amazing Vaisesika Prabhu.
Haribol.
It goes like this. O Vaisesika Prabhu, our temple cannot survive without you. You're a role model for us in each and every case. Your kirtans are ecstatic and your lectures are magic. You please Srila Prabhupada the best way by distributing books throughout the USA. You're just like me because you like Indra Prabhu's kirtans extremely. Thank goodness you did my grain ceremony, or else I would have been engaged materially. We are indeed lucky to have you, for you're inspiring to all, even to those who are new. Your humble servant, Rohini.
Thank you so much, Rohini. There are certain things in nature which happen, like the sun rises and it sets, you can predict. Similarly, every MSF, Malini Mataji comes to me and she says, I have this anxiety. I don't think we can meet the goals. And I always tell her, Malini Mataji, you just maintain the transcendental anxiety and your team will achieve the goal, and they will even overachieve it. And it happens like that without fail. So thank you so much, Malini Mataji, for co-leading with Sri Krishna Purushottam Prabhu, the book distribution effort at ISV, and doing the service which is so dear to our Guru Maharaj's heart. And we are eagerly waiting to hear your offering on behalf of the Team ISV book distribution.
I'm reading this offering on behalf of all the Sankirtan devotees at ISV, headed by Sri Krishna Purushottam Prabhu, and which means practically the entire temple, because ISV, everybody is a Sankirtan devotee. Dear Vaisesika Prabhu, please accept our most humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you. This is the most auspicious occasion where we can express our deepest gratitude to you. Every year, more and more of your brilliant ideas manifest here at ISV. The theme that you set for this year is Get, Set, and Go to revive set distribution in North America is creating record numbers everywhere. Implementing your ideas, the set distribution is increasing even in India. Another one of your brilliant ideas was signed Srimad Bhagavatam sets, which is like cream on top of icing. Those who were hesitant to get Srimad Bhagavatams immediately grabbed this special opportunity. The magic of your goal setting is now become our addiction, that we are unhappy without any challenging goals. We now realize that these goals are passed down in disciplic succession, and all we have to do is to stay alive and take this as an opportunity to pray harder. We look forward on how to overcome one obstacle after another to reach our final goal. Devotees outside ISV praise and appreciate the wonders happening at ISV book distribution. But the fact is, we are all just like a copper wires connected to the source of electricity. You are the source of that powerhouse which can supply energy to the book distributors Throughout the world, individually we have no existence, but as long as we are connected to that powerhouse, we are able to do something tangible. Still, you pass down all the credit to us, which we don't deserve. Your enthusiasm is contagious. We like when you encourage us by saying, go, go, go. You always back us up, even if it means riding a rickshaw at the LA Rath Yatra. Though you have a desire to send more Lakshmi to BBT, the heart of Srila Prabhupada, you never compromise on the core principle, which is distributing only Srila Prabhupada's books. You encouraged us to stay focused and not mix by selling other things just to make money. Your deep love and commitment for Srila Prabhupada can be seen in your dedication to his service. Your mood to follow the one instruction you received from Srila Prabhupada is building a foundation to many devotees around the world. We are learning how to take our service seriously and dedicate our lives towards it, not just by sentimentally distributing books, but deeply studying them. The mood you have set here at ISV is to cooperate with each other and be successful as one team. As His Holiness Keshav Bharati Maharaj mentioned, there are no individual scores at ISV. We offer the results of our MSF as one offering to Srila Prabhupada. The success of Team ISV is based on this principle that you've always encouraged us to work together. Devotees join this team just to fulfill their desire to experience the mercy of Lord Chaitanya and the previous acharyas. You mentioned that book distribution is high sadhana, and this is the easiest way to make spiritual progress. If we genuinely distribute books with an intention to bring everyone closer to Krishna, we see the difference in our lives. We feel gradual purification of our hearts and develop more and more compassion for others. In the spirit of Anukulyasya Sankalpa, you encourage us to use technology and other resources to spread book distribution. It is our extreme good fortune to be at ISV and be able to distribute books under your guidance. We are grateful to our dear most Nirakula Mataji, who is the hand behind the powerhouse, which cannot be seen but can be felt by her genuine love and affection. As the birds in the sky fly high according to their capacity, we pray with our limited capacity to Lord Chaitanya to give you good health and spiritual strength to preach Krishna consciousness throughout the world. We pray to Lord Narasimhadev to remove all obstacles in your preaching mission to Srila Prabhupada. Please forgive our incompetence in following your instructions and our repeated imperfections. We fall at the dust of your lotus feet, begging to keep us engaged always in your service. With gratitude and immense love, your servants of ISV Sankirtan team.
Thank you so much, Mataji, for this heartfelt offering. And it is question time now. So in childhood, one of his favorite pastimes was to go and pull the shikhas of little boys at the Ram Balram Mandir and then scare them by saying, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Now, the question is that look around the room and tell me which of these exalted devotees would have done that. Okay, Bali Mardan Prabhu, no. Okay, I'm going to give you a hint. when I was young, we didn't have much stainless steel. Glass was in vogue a lot, and they would fall from my hand, they would break, and of course my mom would scold me. And so one day I went and asked my mom that, Mom, who's going to scold you if you break a glass? So who's going to time? Harivansha Prabhu. He's been timing all of us. So please join us in welcoming Harivansha Das Prabhu. And actually, he was doing all those mock Hare Krishnas in Parihas mode. He did not know that it's going to come and get you. He's the winner of the prestigious Marconi Young Scholar Award. And if there was an award on reading the scriptures, he would definitely get it, because he reads Prabhupada's books very, very scrutinizingly. Harivansha Prabhu. Floor is all yours, and we are waiting for nectar.
Mother Shraddha, thank you very much for giving me this prized opportunity. Very grateful to you.
We are fortunate.
Dearest Vaisesika Prabhuji, please accept my humble obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. Prabhuji, please accept my most heartfelt wishes on this auspicious day of your divine appearance day. This is the most wonderful occasion where we, your children, can meditate on the magnitude of causeless blessing that has been awarded to us by our acharyas, the fortune of your divine association, which has deeply nourished and inspired each one of us in our respective spiritual paths. Every year for the past few years, when I am given this privileged opportunity of writing a humble offering, I am lost for words. Gazing awestruck at the blessings I have received to serve under your leadership, and at the same time, I am stricken with the despair of having not reciprocated efficiently to your instructions. Like a dwarf trying to touch the moon, the task of writing an offering to glorify you is the most daunting for me. I pen down only for the purpose of my purification. In his prayers to Supreme Personality of Godhead, King Muchukunda brings out the importance of satsanga, or association of saintly devotees. The verse goes like this. Bhava pavargo brahmato yada bhavej janasya tarhi achyuta satsamagamaha satsangamo yarhi tadaiva sadgato paravareshe tvai jayate matihi. When the material life of a wandering soul has ceased, O Achyuta, he may attain the association of your devotees. And when he associates with them, there awakens in him devotion unto you, who are the goal of the devotees and the Lord of all causes and their effects. Srimad Bhagavatam 10.51.53. In the purport to this verse, Srila Prabhupada explains the opinions of Acharyas Jiva Goswami and Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur that it is actually by association that the material life is seized. The reverse sequence herein is explained by the following explanation given by Srila Jiva Goswami. Quote, to express the swift action of a cause, one may assert the result before the cause. Unquote. The wonderful spiritual embassy of ISKCON Silicon Valley, which you have created in the parched heart of Silicon Valley, where we, your children, literally run to feel sheltered in association on daily basis through temple classes, online calls, Sankirtan, festivals, preaching programs, is a testimony of the paramount importance of healthy and nourishing association for spiritual advancement, as indicated above by King Muchukunda. Like the most careful gardener, you have created this wonderful Sangha and cultivated this garden with your tireless endeavor and with your unconditional love, care, and compassion. Is this Sangha only limited to us? No. Your compassion exceeds far and wide.
just like a genuine, compassionate physician treats the sickly based on their diseases. According to time, place, and circumstance, your compassion takes different forms, which aims to bring each and every soul closer to their eternal father and mother, Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohan. This year, personally being involved in some of your dear projects, I had the fortune of witnessing the extent of your compassion. Ranging from massive book distribution in spiritually starving areas of Haight Ashbury to door-to-door book distribution of Srimad Bhagavatam sets, from practical spirituality discourses at the temple to well-designed corporate conducive seminars at Google, all but none meant for one goal: to profusely distribute Lord Nityananda's mercy. As you so often stress, the more you give bhakti, the more you get bhakti. You have created a shelter for all. I extend my deepest gratitude from the bottom of my heart to you for creating this oasis in a parching desert and allowing me to serve as a menial creeper. Oh, how much I long for the day when I could reciprocate with you as your servant in your divine service of bringing Krishna's prodigal sons and daughters to this spiritual sangha of saintly devotees at ISV. A certain epithet reads, "Familiarity breeds contempt." I ask humble apologies for all my offenses which I would have surely committed, taking your association for granted. However, in recent years, I am feeling a deep sense of gratitude to you, fully convinced that my spiritual life depends on your service. I lay prostrate in front of you with a humble plea to keep me in the shade of your divine mercy. With all my heart and soul, I extend once again my wishes to you on this auspicious day, and pray to Krishna for your health and long life in Srila Prabhupada's service, and to engage me in assisting you in every possible way. Aspiring to be your servitor son, Harivamsha Das.
Thank you so much, Harivansh Prabhu. Always smiling, always engaged in service, and if not, then always chanting. That is our dear Sundarananda Prabhu. We were hoping to have a glimpse of their new daughter, but I think they're a little bit delayed. They are on the way. Okay, so we'll get to have the darshan of little Raja.
Hare Krishna. Dear respected Vaisesika Prabhu, please accept our respectful obeisances. All glory Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you. How fortunate are we that on this special day we can come together and glorify you. We are not competent enough to describe your transcendental qualities, but as we worship Mother Ganga by offering the Ganges water back to her, it's only by your mercy can we think of describing some of your unlimited transcendental qualities. We are very grateful for your mercy you have bestowed upon us. It is said that a moment's association with a pure devotee can change someone's life forever. We have a direct experience of this. When we first met you, it was an amazing experience looking at the way you touched our hearts with your loving glance and sweet words. Whenever we think of all the personal darshans and interactions we have had with you, We are always awestruck at how expert you are dealing with all of us personally. You are always eager to hear and chant about Krishna. You show us by your own example how to be absorbed in japa. Having the wonderful fortune of chanting with you during the Sunday feast japa sessions and being able to see and hear how you so carefully and dedicatedly approach the holy name is an experience we'll never forget. Undoubtedly, your determined Sankirtan career shows us the standard of how to become dear to Guru and Krishna. All these years, you enthusiastically went out for book distribution and have undertaken many incredible risks and endured much personal inconveniences to see that Srila Prabhupada's books are being given access to the world. Such is your determination to serve Srila Prabhupada. You have so kindly given us so much opportunity to observe ourselves in distributing Lord Chaitanya's supreme benediction. This has been the only actual value this lifetime has offered to us. Even now, just reflecting on our own small Sankirtan efforts, seeing others engage in this sacred activity gives us great joy. In Srimad Bhagavatam it is said, O twice-born sages, by serving those devotees who are completely free from all vice, great service is done. By such service, one gains affinity for hearing the messages of Vasudeva. In the purport of this verse, Srila Prabhupada writes, by serving the servant of God, one pleases God more than by directly serving the Lord. We completely concur with this statement through our experience serving you in minute ways. Reminiscing the last couple of years we spent at your able guidance, we realize that you have given us your shelter and service opportunity for our own purification on for the pleasure of the Lord and the Vaishnavas. It is certainly by your experience we are engaged in bhakti according to our skills and talents. How fortunate we are to have a genuine spiritual teacher such as yourself, who is perfectly following the footsteps of Srila Prabhupada. We are grateful to you, Vaisesika Prabhu, as a caring and loving spiritual father. You are guiding us so that we can serve Hari Guru and the Vaishnavas to the best of our abilities. You exemplify what Srila Prabhupada said, purity is the force. When you speak, it's not coming from a mental or intellectual platform. It is coming from a spiritual platform. You speak the language of the soul. You touch the heart of all who come in contact with you, whether he be a newcomer, a practicing devotee, your Guru brother, etc. We are fortunate to work with you on some of the preaching engagements where you deliver even the most intricate points in such a disarming and lucid and processed like baby food so that even Vraja can understand. The newcomers just stare at you mesmerized with no other option but to just accept what you're saying. We are very fortunate to be in your association. The big part of our responsibility from our side is to follow the standard that you have set. We are eternally indebted to you and hoping to always serve you eternally and be in your company. We pray at the lotus feet of Lord Chaitanya to bless you with a long and healthy life so that you can continue to inspire thousands of devotees and newcomers and carry on the mission that you have taken up to please Srila Prabhupada. Yours in service, Sundarana Das, Vishaka Leela Dasi, Vrindavan Das and Vraja.
Thank you so much, Sundarana Prabhu. I have a small announcement, actually 2 of them again. Just a reminder that the branch outside is about to break, so make sure that you're not in that area of the temple. And the second is that we had a few Vyas Puja books over here, and they have miraculously vanished. So if you can, if you can just return them to Mukharvinda or to Shamlangi. Because people who are going to read, we actually bookmark that so that we can process this very quickly and fast. Little Abhay is a real yogi. All he eats is fruit and salad. He doesn't like grains. And yes, he has a thing in common with our Guru Maharaj. He likes to eat lots of lemon. You do? Good. So today he's going to read the offering of his brother. So you can go over there close to Guru Maharaj and take a microphone. Amantika is going to hold it for you and read.
Dear Vaisesika Prabhu, Hare Krishna, happy birthday. You are one of the most exalted devotees of the Krishna consciousness movement. You love Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohan Mahaprabhu and Sri Sri Lakshmi Nrsingadev very much. You are always encouraging us in our devotional service and book distribution. You are very much compassionate to us who are struggling in the darkness of Maya. Please guide me in my journey to the spiritual world. Your humble servants, Balaram Das.
Okay, go ahead.
Dear Vaisesika Prabhu, Hare Krishna, happy birthday Vaisesika Prabhu. Your hard work being the temple president and your devotion to Sri Radha Madan Mohan is so great. You are the best devotee in our temple. You are my favorite devotee in ISV. You are very dear to Radha Madan Mohan, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Lakshmi Nrsingadev, and Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for engaging us in devotional service, Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohan, and encouraging me in book distribution. Please bless me so that I can distribute more and more books, eat prasadam well, and get better in devotional service. Hari Bol, your servant Abhay. Charan.
Thank you so much, Abhay. That was sweet. The man behind the posters, the man behind the artwork on the Vyas Puja book, the man behind the Sankirtan in Swindon in England. You guessed it right. Always dedicated, always dependable, always cheerful, always in the service of his Guru Maharaj, and always very dearly missed on this day. Ladies and gentlemen, Matajis and Prabhus, Devi Dasis and Dasas, I would request you to turn your head towards that side because he's going to manifest over there.
Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my most humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale, Srimate Vaisesika Das Adhikari Tinamine. All glories to Sri Guru and Gauranga, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna. Thank you for all the mercy that you have given me in the time since we first met, and throughout this past year, especially from both yourself and Mother Nirukula when I was visiting ISV for the Gaurapanim festival. In my humble appreciation of your kindness and exceptional qualities as a leader, as a spiritual teacher, and as an inspiring speaker, I have composed the following short piece of prose. I heard a few quotes recently which made me think of you, so now I'll share a few of them with some I made up to. A good leader makes many followers.
A great leader makes more leaders. Many leaders you have inspired and trained a Sankirtan team that's fearless. Distributing Srimad Bhagavatam sets and Gitas door to door. Calling on people without discrimination, whether old, young, rich or poor. Even the youngest of your team are not afraid, it seems, introducing Lord Krishna's name as boldly as I can dream. A good teacher explains, and a great teacher inspires. Inspire to me is not enough of a word. With Krishna's mercy, you set fires. Fires in the hearts of souls like me, so far from our real home. Fanning the spark of pure desire. Sankirtan, Hari Om. A thunderbolt cable to the spiritual world of Srila Prabhupada's books. You teach by word and by example. You chant, dance, read and cook. A good speaker may say nice words, and pleasing may they sound. A great speaker says much more than this, giving something truly deep and profound. Your lectures are dynamic and sublime, presenting Krishna's teachings. Smaranam Shlokam of the divine, to the hearts of jivas reaching. Just one mantra was enough to save me from the worst. I owe to you a massive debt, Guru Maharaj, with the holy name you stopped my thirst. A good captain always goes down with a ship, but a great captain is way better, giving us a ship that doesn't sink, the boat of Krishna's seva. These hands should be used in Krishna's service, says Srila Prabhupada from your speaker. I watch as while hearing the words you serve your deities with full attention and vigour. Thank you for all the kindness and mercy you've given to me, Guru Maharaj. Please accept this offering, your lotus feet. Hare Krishna. Your humble servant. Hare Krishna. Om Tat Sat. Hare Krishna. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my most humble obeisances as the dust of your lotus feet.
That was the encore. Ramananda Sakha Prabhu. Ramananda Sakha Prabhu, you are a God sibling each one of us will be proud to have. Your dedication, your sense of balance, your smiling attitude, your encouragement, the purity of your heart, and your dedication to Guru Maharaj. All these qualities make you a truly deserving candidate to be the first disciple of our Guru Maharaj. These transcendental qualities are qualities that any of us, of your God siblings, would really aspire for. So Ramananda Sakha Prabhu, we have waited all this long. The floor is all yours and we are all ears.
Dear Guru Maharaja, please accept millions of my most humble obeisances at your divine lotus feet again and again and yet again. May your glories be spread all around the three worlds. All glories to you, all glories to my Param Guru, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Guru Maharaja, it is a fact that you transformed the lives of so many people. Before coming in touch with you, they were like any ordinary, common, worldly-minded persons. Now they are all mad after Krishna. You are the best, Guru Maharaja. This is not an exaggeration, but the fact. The proof is transformation of myself and many of my friends into devotees of Lord Krishna. Divine personalities like you are satisfied by their own glorious acts and never look for anything in return. That is certainly true in your case. Guru Maharaja, when you go elsewhere to preach, it appears that the life has gone away from the ISV temple. When you come back to preach at ISV, it appears that the life has come back again. Before at the time I was writing this offering, I was praying to give me intelligence to put a nice offering. Then I got this idea from within, and something told me to follow in the footsteps of our MSV offerings, where we do something for the pleasure of Prabhupada, which in this case of MSV is distribution of the books, and we present the results as an offering. So I thought I would do the same this year. Following in the footsteps of ISV, I want to offer two things that I have been doing, and I want to offer those results to you as my offering here. I love the audio and video system that we have developed within ISV. We have very good quality audio in all rooms, including restrooms. Lively presentations and book screens and big screens, and we have developed a very good broadcasting system to broadcast our programs live over internet and also over phone. Now we frequently see the internet audience reaching numbers over 60, and as far as I can tell, they are all very, very happy with our broadcast. Our way of broadcasting makes them feel that they are part of the classroom, even though they are joining us remotely. And we have recently started broadcasting on YouTube also. This is in addition to the broadcast we are doing on mypo.tv on 2 channels. One is for low resolution, another one is for high resolution. And who is behind all this, Guru Maharaja? It is you. It is your vision, and because of your guidance and your vision, all this was made possible. I humbly request you to accept whatever I have done in this regard as an offering from you, as an offering from me to you. And yes, soon we will broadcast our programs around the clock, 24 hours a day. And we will also work hard to reach our internet audience into numbers growing into thousands very soon. And I thank everyone who is assisting with this project, all the members of ISV. Please accept my heartfelt thanks. The second item I would like to mention here as an offering is regarding the cleanliness of the temple. We wanted revolutionary cleanliness. Prabhupada wanted all his temples to be revolutionary clean. Although that is our goal, and we are not there yet, but generally, we keep our temple very, very clean, and I am very happy with the current level of cleanliness. You once told me that the cleanliness is very important to you, and whatever cleanliness you see in the temple is just manifestation of those words. Again, I offer all my contributions in this regard to you as an offering, and I thank everyone who is assisting at the ISV temple to keep our temple clean. Guru Maharaja, I am not good at speaking and writing, but I am confident that personalities like your good self understand what is in the heart, though it is not properly expressed in words. I am extremely fallen. Please give me shade of your divine lotus feet and engage me in your service. Finally, Guru Maharaja, I offer myself to you in full along with all my possessions. Please make me your dog. Please be merciful to me and bestow me ecstatic love for Sri Sri Radha and Krishna to the highest extent. Thank you very much, your servant eternally, birth after birth, Ramananda Sakadasa.
Thank you so much, Vyasesika Prabhu, for an offering that came straight from your pure heart. And that's why I say that we are so fortunate to have you as a God sibling. So we have come to that stage of the offerings where we are going to have the good fortune of listening to the god siblings of Guru Maharaj. And one name I'm very much attached to is Akrunat Prabhu, because I go back a long time with him. There were many Saturdays. I was a complete novice, and he tolerated me in every Saturday class, gently guiding, explaining, re-explaining. And I still remember the days that I would just sit and greedily eat my prasadam, and he would not. He would instead read the Chaitanya Charitamrita there. Akrunat Prabhu is and I've never seen this before, he's a lawyer with a heart.
Hare Krishna. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Vaisesika Das Adhikari Iti Namine. Hare Bol. I feel very happy and fortunate to be in this company of hearing so much genuine emotions, of realizations, appreciation for the qualities of this wonderful Vaishnava and great disciple of Srila Prabhupada. And it's inspiring me to see that I get to belong in such a company of wonderful devotees who actually appreciate this. Krishna says that Krishna consciousness is Raja Vidya Raja Guhyam. It's the king of knowledge, king of education. It's also a great secret. It's an open secret because we're actually trying to spread the glories and message to everyone, distribute the books everywhere, but it's still not really genuinely appreciated by many people. Only an elite company of people can actually appreciate it, which is something wonderful. Because of the place, I think it was Madhukari Prabhu who was saying that, our goal is to learn to have the qualities and the actual, to know the ways of actually living among the pure devotees in the spiritual world and serve Krishna there where he's the center of everything. But we've come to this place somehow or another through association with modes of nature. We've acquired these bodies and these dull senses where we can't actually see Krishna. And Krishna is so merciful that he's all around us. He comes he's the taste of water, he's the ability in man, he's the light of the sun and the moon. Everything that's beautiful and opulent and excellent in the world is actually Krishna, because everything is resting on his energy. And he comes by his divine grace, by his great mercy. He comes in different forms, as the deities, as the scriptures, in the form of the devotees, but most importantly, he comes in the form of the spiritual master. And it's such a very natural process to teach us how to interact with Krishna by interacting with his representative in the form of his pure devotee who has realized, who's fixed in transcendental realization, and who knows the scriptures, he knows the way. He's a resident of the spiritual world, or a representative, can teach us the ways of the spiritual world and reflect the qualities of Krishna. And such a great devotee is Vaisesika Prabhu. And I was impressed with so many of your offerings and the music and the other things, but I was very, very impressed with the first, after Keshava Bharati Swami's offering was read, I was very impressed with Bhakta Blake's offering, where he was comparing Vaisesika to a champion athlete. And not only that, but a coach and even owner of his team. And
And I know the team here, we've got 60 or 100 or 200 people here and maybe 60 people on the internet or more maybe watching. And I know that it's our aspiration under Vaisesika's guidance that it will be 60 million people watching eventually. And it will be because of Vaisesika's determination and his skill. But I was thinking for me, one of my hobbies or sports or anarthas really is I play chess. I play chess on the internet and I watch. Now, fortunately, they started to, they probably in Russia and Iran and other places, they've televised chess for years, but now there's no market for it in the United States. Similar, that it's a sort of a secret, it's only an arcane specialty that there's not enough people interested in it, but now they're doing it on the internet and I'm seeing it. And I'm thinking that comparing, one of the things that's attractive to me about chess is that even though someone works really hard at it and has a good teacher and everything, some people are just going to always be a lot better than other people. I mean, and then when you get up into the level of super grandmasters and in the level of champions, it's just like people from another world. Even because they not only have that innate talent that's not visible on the what they look like or external, but they have something that sort of reminds me, Rajaguyam, the jewel in the lotus, some secret thing that's in there. It's also there in the play because you might not see in a position, you might not see the subtlety of a positional move that makes an advantage or the brilliancy of a combination or something like that. So I'm thinking that Vaish is like the Vishwanathan Anand or the or the Garry Kasparov or Magnus Carlsen of Sankirtan. He has the excellence in this quality, especially of book distribution. He's known. I mean, Srila Prabhupada, if you want to please Srila Prabhupada, he told us, if you want to please me, then you distribute my books. And he was always pushing these books and saying it was his only solace when he was not feeling well. He would hear the Sankirtan scores and he was enlivened by that. And he was pushing that. And of all Srila Prabhupada's disciples, I think, I can't think of anyone other than, Vaisesika's name is the one that will come to mind when you say book distribution, who's dedicated, who's super excellent at it, champion, super grand master. And not only that, but is for years on end is setting an example, doing it himself, encouraging and training others and inspiring others all over the world in this book distribution. And this is the actual quality of the spiritual master, that the spiritual master is a preacher. There may be bhajananandis who are very, very happy. Ananda means happiness. They sit in the forest and chant and remember Krishna and they feel great, great happiness. But much greater, Srila Prabhupada says, is the Goshianandi who, in all humility and compassion and tolerance, goes out and takes the risk. In this world, it's very risky if you want to instruct someone. They might take offense and become angry at you, and or they might, there's all kinds of risk that comes when you actually go out and preach. Just like Jesus Christ was crucified, Haridas Thakur was caned, and you have to be very tolerant. Read the Lilamrita. When Srila Prabhupada came to the United States, he wasn't one of the uptown swamis, who had charged a lot of money for lessons and had wealthy followers. But he went down into the Bowery in some walk-up loft and where there was people, alcoholics dying on the street in front of that place. You had to step around the bodies. And then he was in this, they got him a place in the Lower East Side where people were poor. And Prabhupada would, because he was on the order of his spiritual master to preach, he had that mood of preaching that Vaisesika emulates. He would, cook the whole feast and give the lecture and the Kirtan, and then all these young people, he was a 71-year-old man, he would clean up everything all by himself afterwards also. And then, if he wanted to go to the bathroom, they would say, no, you have to wait in line. There's a line here. Get it back, Swami. Because they didn't know how to treat the spiritual master. But this is the Tatikshava Karunika, the tolerance that for the sake of preaching, he accepted these kinds of austerities. And these are the qualities that one needs to be a book distributor. And also the quality to see the secret, to see what's the internal, what's going on, not to see the external feature of someone's, how they're dressed or even how they can talk, but to be able to see the opportunity that this person may be attracted to Krishna and give it to that person, find a way to give it to that person. So these are qualities that the preacher excels at. These are qualities that Vaisesika excels at and demonstrates that he's the genuine, bona fide spiritual master who we can accept as the representative of Krishna. And I was reading, we have our little Bhaktin Kara and Leela Katha and some others of us and Yadurani and some others of us have a Srimad Bhagavatam reading group online, and we comment on what we're reading. And we're reading in the 5th canto now. We started at 111 and we're up into the 5th canto. And I just was struck by a verse, so I wanted to try to weave it into what I was discussing. But I thought it was a very beautiful verse when there's different people in different parts of the Jambudweep offering prayers. And in Kimpurasha Varsha, they worship Lord Ramachandra, and headed by Hanuman, the forest dwellers of Lord Ramachandra's Leela are offering him prayers. And they offer one verse that they pray to him. We can learn how to pray to the spiritual master and to Krishna by following the prayers of the great devotees. And he says, one cannot establish a friendship with the Supreme Lord Ramachandra on the basis of material qualities, such as one's birth in an aristocratic family, one's personal beauty, one's eloquence, one's sharp intelligence, or one's superior race or nation. None of these qualifications is actually a prerequisite for friendship with Lord Sri Ramachandra. Otherwise, how is it possible that although we, uncivilized inhabitants of the forest, have not taken noble births, although we have no physical beauty, and although we cannot speak like gentlemen, Lord Ramachandra has nevertheless accepted us as friends? And I was struck by this verse not only because of the sort of my love of the underdog anyway, the monkeys in the forest are his devotees, but because it shows a quality of Krishna that you want to see in a person that you can be devoted to and love, that they're not going to be swayed by some external thing. Krishna's not going to be, of course we serve Krishna with what qualities we have, what wealth, what talents, whatever we can offer him. But the essence is that we have the genuine, sincere devotion. That Prabhupada says in the purport that Rupa Goswami has said that the price for achieving God's favor is simply one's sincere eagerness to have it. Lolyam ekam mulyam. That this is the actual secret, is the sincerity. But I see that sincerity that here, and the devotees' love for Vaisesika, which speaks also to Vaisesika's qualities, that so many very intelligent and talented devotees are actually attracted and becoming attracted and learning more about this open secret of Krishna consciousness, that in this Kali Yuga, Krishna Varnam Tusha Krishnam Sango Pangashtra Parshidam Yagyar Sankirtana Prayar Yajantihi Sumedhasaha. The Sumedhasaha, the especially intelligent people in this age of Kali are worshipping by performance of the sacrifice of Sankirtan, Lord Chaitanya, who is Krishna, but he's not Krishna, he's not dark in color, and he comes with his associates and his weapons, like Prashadam and Srila Prabhupada's books and the Mahamantra, the wonderful Kirtan. And I'm feeling very enlivened to be in the association of all the devotees who can appreciate this Sankirtan and Vaisesika's bringing this appreciation to us and making us in the company of people who can recognize something that most people don't see, that is kind of like most people can't appreciate the chess game, but still it's very, very attractive and excellent for those who are like the initiates, who are the inner, the cognoscente, who can actually appreciate. So I'm feeling very fortunate to and to have the association of Vaisesika Prabhu and the guidance and the association of all. I feel like all of his disciples and followers are really my masters and are showing me how to genuinely worship the spiritual master and appreciate the excellent devotees, the great devotees. So Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jagannath Prabhu. That was wonderful. And Damodar Banshidhari Prabhu's predictions are coming true. We have to move a little bit forward. The room is short. It's feeling small. And every Wednesday and every Saturday when I come to ISV, I have that little expectation and a hope in my heart that I will get to meet this fine lady who's full of love and affection. And when she speaks, it sounds as if silver bells are ringing. It's no? Okay. All righty, sure. So it's none other than our Kanka Mataji. And before she comes up over here, we have Usha Mataji, who has made a garland, and she has to leave. So she will offer the garland to Guru Maharaj. Thank you so much, Usha Mataji, for doing this. Krishna, 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, I feel so unqualified to be up here. Om Gana Timirandasya Gana Gana Salakaya Chakshura Militam Jaina Tasma Shri Gurave Namaha. I'm always pinching myself thinking, how did I ever end up here? With Nirkula and Vaisesika and Jagarini and Akurnath and all you beautiful, amazing devotees. And by the way, your offerings have been just like amazing and wonderful. So I was thinking this morning that Srila Prabhupada, when Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati was saying, please come take sannyas, so many times he would come to him in dreams and saying, you must take sannyas. And he said, he was thinking, how could I leave my family and take sannyas? But then I have so many new children. I have such a big family. And I was thinking that about Vaisesika and Nirkula. Now they have this huge family that's like growing and growing and got the most best children. They don't call you up and say, can I borrow $4,000? And I was also listening to a class, Srila Prabhupada, and he was talking about how everyone in the age of Kali has burning in their heart like a fire of anxiety, no matter who they are. He said, even President Nixon, of course, that was a long time ago, President Nixon, but we look outside and we see the birds, everyone's in anxiety. So it doesn't matter if we're rich or poor, but he said the way you get rid of that burning fire is to follow the instructions of the Guru. And so everyone, we're just so fortunate to have Vaisesika as our example and as our leader. And I want to thank you so much for growing all these years into the general that you've become. Prabhupada's army and Lord Chaitanya's army.
Thank you so much, Kanka Mataji.
I forgot to just say that every day I pray that Vaisesika and Nirkula will continue and be happy and healthy and strong and safe and continue in this service they're so amazing at.
Haribol. So I wish I was Sheikh Nag and I had thousands and thousands of tongues to glorify Nirakla Mataji, who's going to come up next. Every year we wait for this wonderful time so that we get to hear from Nirakla Mataji and get to know our Guru Maharaj from a very different and close and intimate perspective. So as soon as Gita Priya lets go, we'll invite Nirakla Mataji to come and read her offering.
Before I read my offering, I just wanted to say I've been fortunate. I've been here at the temple for the last couple days when the devotees from Denver arrived, and then the devotees from Southern California and elsewhere began to arrive. And it's been so sweet. It's been wonderful having you all here to get to know your ISV family that you may know by seeing the broadcasts or on Facebook and otherwise. But I've really enjoyed watching the interactions, and it's family. It's really family, and I want to thank you all for coming. And I know that it's been thank you, Gita. It's been a big endeavor, and your presence is greatly, greatly appreciated. So thank you. My dear husband, please accept my heartfelt obeisances. All glories to the lotus feet of our divine spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada. I'm happy to have this opportunity to write something in praise of some of your many good qualities, qualities that I treasure. Can someone lower this for me? And hope to emulate. I have always appreciated your exuberant, steady attitude towards devotional service. No matter what our situation is, you have consistently and steadfastly held on to your service and supported me in mine. Your natural attraction to the acquisition of knowledge has led you to become very well versed in many diverse fields. You have numerous interests, and even if you're unable to learn everything about a particular subject, you will endeavor to have sufficient knowledge in the area if it interests you. When a lot of times we're sitting at the kitchen table, and whatever is of interest to Prabhu at the time, he'll, it might be a podcast or a book or something that he'll have me read to him, and it's very varied. It can be vocabulary, it could be public speaking, but I always know that whatever he's learning, whatever he's listening to, I'll see it manifest. And it's already manifesting, but I'll see it nuanced. Over and over, I've witnessed your ability to take an abstract idea from shapelessness to a well-formed reality. You are tireless and single-minded when it comes to bringing to fruition an idea that you see as worthwhile, even as new ideas are bubbling up. It's uncanny how you can have so many goals, so many aspirations, and so many focuses, and so many services, and yet be so focused and productive. Your speech is sincere and straightforward. You know how to coax the best out of people, whether it is on Sankirtan, in your role as a spiritual master or a temple president, friend, or husband. You are expert at fanning the spark. And I should know. If anyone knows astrology, I have a Taurus rising, which they say is, you're kind of bullheaded. You're strong-willed, and Prabhu has always, always, always treated me with tolerance and kindness and encouragement. I can never, ever remember a day that he hasn't treated me like that. And, it's 24/7. That's when you really get to know the heart of someone. And what you see is what I get too. It's 24/7. You always leave a good impression. I have a client who only met you once many years ago. He's a scientist and is actually credited with bringing about the internet. He's elderly now and proclaims himself to be an atheist. I see him weekly, and he always asks about you. How many talks on Bhagavad Gita has he given this week? He'll ask. He has a genuine affection for you and the deepest respect for what you do. That's the kind of lasting impression you leave with people. I love how a Krishna conscious life is so easy and natural with you. Fun and easy, I should say. We've been blessed with a peaceful life, conducive for performing devotional service. We want for nothing. Each year, mid-spring, I start to do the necessary planning of your trip to Govardhan. It usually takes a couple of months to nail down the exact dates and length of your trip. One thing Prabhu really doesn't like to do is go away from ISV. I mean, when he gets to other places, he's very happy to be there, but managing his calendar is my most difficult task. getting the travel dates on the calendar. But it usually takes a couple of months to nail down the exact dates and length of your trip, but once the ticket is purchased, I feel happy. Your retreat time in Vraj and Govardhan during Kartik becomes more and more important and sacred as each year passes. You've been advised by God brothers and God sisters alike not to give this time up or to give in to the temptation to cut it short. And I concur with this wholeheartedly. This yearly retreat is a necessary and welcome interlude from your fast-paced schedule. It is a concentrated time for deepening your relationship with Srila Prabhupada through reading and discussing his books, for intensifying your relationship with the Dham, for introspection, and for quality time with your God brothers. All of which helps you to get a broader perspective and perhaps a healthy detachment. Sometimes when I am thinking of my good fortune, I think back to 1985 when our mutual friend suggested that you and I might be a good match. I must admit, I was skeptical. I knew that you had been a brahmachari for more than a dozen years or so, during a time in our movement when many of the men in our society had a harsh and chauvinistic attitude towards women. I assumed you might be one of them. But my good friend Bhadra, sat me down and told me she thought you were different, that I should give this relationship a chance. I'm so grateful to her that I had the good sense to listen. My assumption couldn't have been further from the truth. I found you to be selfless, caring, and generous, the most good-hearted person I had ever met. In fact, I'm grateful for the time and training that you had as a brahmachari because it's helped to lay a strong foundation in our marriage. As Srila Prabhupada said in the purport to the Srimad Bhagavatam 6:1640, A husband should be trained at the very beginning of his life. During the time of brahmacharya or student life, a brahmachari should be taught to be expert in Bhagavad Dharma, devotional service. Then, when he marries, if his wife is faithful to her husband and follows in such life, the relationship between husband and wife is very desirable. I am humbled by my good fortune to have you as my husband. I apologize from the bottom of my heart for all my shortcomings, my many, many shortcomings, and I thank you for your tolerance. My sincere desire is that I can assist you in your service to Srila Prabhupada and the Vaishnavas. I pray that you have many, many more years of good health so that you can see more of your aspirations to be of service to Srila Prabhupada come to fruition.
I must confess that I misused my powers of being the editor of the Vyas Puja book, and I read her offerings 3 times. And I was telling Mukharunda, I'm looking for grammatical errors. And of course, I found none. It was beautiful, so I was really waiting for this moment to come when she would share it with all of us. So when I announced this, Maharaj, when I announced this on your Facebook, I just put this as a Saturday program, and I said that the Vyas Puja was also included. So I was kind of doing a check there. So we did Brahma Samhita with the prayers, Guru Puja, and then we had the Vyas Puja, and I was listening. Where is the lecture? So Maharaj, would you oblige us and say something? Absolutely, I was going to ask you. Okay. So Harivansha Prabhu, the 5 minutes starts now for the break.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Jayo Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jayo Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Yashoda Nandana Vraja Jana Ranjana 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 Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunda Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Yashoda Nandana Vraja Jana Ranjana Yashoda Nandana Vraja Jana Ranjana Jaya Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajagacharya Shtotarashati Shishimad Abhay Charanad Avinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajagacharya Shtotarashati Shishimad Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnavrinda Ki Jai Nama Acharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Prem Gaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gogopinath Shamakund Radhakund Giri Govardhan Ki Shri Vrindavan Tham Ki Shri Mayapur Navadip Tham Ki Shri Jagannath Puri Ki Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi Ki Jamuna Devi Ganga Devi Ki Samabeta Bhakta Vrinda Ki. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. Go Premanande Haribo.
Hare Krishna. So I just wanted to quickly summarize what else is coming up. So after Guru Maharaj's lecture, which will end say about 12 o'clock or little over that, Maharaj, we're going to have Pad Seva, and then Artik and Pushpanjali, and then Kirtan, and then Prasadam. So that's the order in which things are lining up. For each of these ceremonies and events, I will be giving out some instructions, so just stay tuned for that. But for now, we'll tune ourselves to what Guru Maharaj is saying.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama.
So I will ask Mukari who's going to play the Dandam while he's singing during.
Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Can you find that verse for me that I read you the other night about? It's marked in there. Remember the one about giving up everything? Oh, you got it? It's in there. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I got attached to this verse and then I couldn't find it, but that's why we keep a pundit in the... We have to pay a big retainer every month, but it's worth it. This I came across while reading the Srimad Bhagavatam 7th canto. It's instructions for civilized human beings, and it's being spoken by Narada. And this is 7:15:8. I'm just going to read the Sanskrit once and then the English. I wanted to make it a foundation point for a few words that I'll say. Naitadrisha parodharmo nrinamsa dharmam ichchatam nyaso dhandasya bhuteshu manovak kaya jasya yaha. Persons who want to advance in superior religion Persons who want to advance in superior religion are advised to give up all envy of other living entities, whether in relationship to the body, words, or mind. There is no religion superior to this. I'll repeat. Persons who want to advance in superior religion are advised to give up all envy of other living entities, whether in relationship to the body, words, or mind. There is no religion superior to this. And so today we call this a Vyasa Puja day, and it is thanking and honoring Srila Vyasadeva, actually going back to Krishna, who is the Adi Guru. Factually, we can't find the expression to thank them enough. When I first came in contact with the literatures that were compiled by the disciplic succession and brought to us most perfectly by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada and his disciples, I became overwhelmed with gratitude and happiness. And I wanted to find out who was behind it, who had conspired to make the magazine that I found, who was the leader behind this. I wanted to know. And so I traced it back. And of course, when we come to spiritual circles, anyone you ask will claim, I didn't do it, he did it. I'm getting it from my superior. And this is the tradition of Sri Vyasa Puja. When Sri Narada was looking for the devotee who had received the most mercy from Krishna, every devotee he approached claimed, I have not received mercy from Krishna. It is that devotee. And the next devotee would point to the next devotee. The search goes on eternally, looking how to repay the kindness of Krishna and his devotees. Now, Srila Vyasadeva is a Shaktyavesh avatar of Krishna. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu praised him in the Chaitanya Charitamrita when teaching Sanatana Goswami. He said, Maya mugda jivara nahi swata Krishna gyan, jiveri kripaya koila Krishna Veda Puran. That living entities in ignorance in the material world cannot automatically come out of their suffering and darkness. Therefore, the great sage Srila Vyasadeva, out of mercy, has compiled the Vedas and the Puranas and the Srimad Bhagavatam simply to give mercy to the souls and to wake them up. Jivere, kripaya, koila. This word koila means he did it. It means there's activity in the spiritual world, there's movement in the spiritual world. The devotees of the Lord are always on a mission, but they're not moving for the same reason that other people move in this world. In this world, people move because they have to. Durga has a trishul with 3 points, and she's jabbing away, and it hurts. And there's a debt to pay because I've taken so much from other living entities, from my environment I'm always taking, and now I have to pay back. But when one receives the mercy of Srila Vyasadeva, this indemnifies one from the debt in the material world. That's why Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Sarva dharman parityaja mamekam sharanam braja ahang tvang sarva papibhyo mokshayishami masuchaha. He comes with the greatest offer of all times, in all places, in all circumstances. And as Akuranath Prabhu was saying, it's still appears to be a secret. For some reason, even though that's the greatest offer of all time, all places and all circumstances, I don't want to hear it. Therefore, it's not swata, it's not automatic that living entities come out of darkness in the material world. That's what this verse means. Srila Vyasadeva, out of compassion, made an intervention. Sometimes people think the devotees are a little pushy. So, okay. You're in darkness and ignorance. And if a man who's about to impale himself falling off a roof is warned, please watch out, he may say, oh, leave me alone. Don't bother me so much. But the cause and the mission of the great acharyas and of Krishna himself in this material world is to reach out even to those who don't appreciate it and give them mercy. And this Sri Vyasa Puja is a celebration of that mood. It's a celebration of that activity, of that distribution, which when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came and showed the example that one must not make any discrimination, one has to give mercy to everyone as much as possible in all times, in all places, in all circumstances. And it's the greatest satisfaction to be connected to that flow of mercy. This is the Sri Vyasa Puja. Recently, when I was in San Diego, we went with a group of devotees, about 30 of us, door to door, to disturb people. Because that's one of the most fun things I know how to do. I'm really good at disturbing people for a good cause. And at one door, we were visiting a woman who could barely speak English. What was her name? Something that ends in something Sia. She was very friendly. She talked to us at the front door. And she waited for us to go get a Spanish book. But somebody had to go to one of the other teams and bring it back. And then she put the book, she had her door open and she put the book on her kitchen table, which was right inside. And I was looking inside the apartment and I was thinking, this is the most beautiful sight that I can think of. I was thinking that before we knocked on this door, this was just an ordinary place. And it was barren. And we could feel as we go around and meet people how they're hankering for something that they're not getting. Everywhere, even in high society, even those who are engrossed in fine art and literature, still they're drying up inside. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's biographer, Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says their tongues are like dry deserts. They're waiting for some water to come in. And seeing that book on the kitchen table, it epitomized to me this mission of Srila Vyasadeva. Why we celebrate the Vyasa Puja, because all at once it's a worship of the superior, a worship of Krishna, who's the Adi Guru, who's the Karuna Sindhu, the ocean of mercy, and all his representatives who come in his line, who have nothing else to do in life except to give out that mercy as profusely as possible to as many people as possible. It's their only preoccupation in life. And seeing that book on the table, I thought, what did it take to put that book together? What kind of coordination, cooperation, instigation to bring together all of these resources and print a book. And to have the privilege to deliver that into somebody's home. A person who's unknown to any of us, who probably is known only to a very small circle of people in the world, who when she leaves the world will be remembered by a small few, but in history will not have made much of a difference. But now there's a difference. And Krishna says, Neha bikramanashosti pratyavayo navidyate swalpamasya apyasidharmasya trayate mahato bhayat. This goodwill and mercy coming down from Krishna is so powerful that if one soul comes in contact, even momentarily, even does a mustard seed worth of service or glances in Krishna's way, hears the holy name, even for a second, that person receives the highest benefit of all. And knowing this, Srila Vyasadeva applied himself to compiling all the Vedic literatures and making them available. Anarto pasanam sakshat bhakti yoga madhoksaje lokasya ajanato vidmam chakre satvata samhitam. He knew that the only way to mitigate the suffering of people in this world is the direct connection with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Everything else will fall short. Anarto pasanam sakshad. Bhakti yoga madhoksaje. This devotion to Adhoksaja, Krishna. Only that can satisfy the soul. As Narada Muni also says in his prayers, and Naishkarmyam apyachuta bhava varjitam. Actually, they're the teachings to Srila Vyasadeva. His spiritual master inspired him in this way. Try to give people the direct process of devotional service so that they can come to the highest level of spiritual consciousness. Naishkarmyam apyachuta bhava varjitam. Nashobate jnanmalam niranjanam. He said that knowledge about self-realization, which doesn't include achuta bhava, or devotion to the Supreme Lord, is not very good. Nashobate, it's not beautiful, it's not attractive. Nashobate jnanam alam niranjanam. And then he goes on to say that what to speak of material activities, which are just stupid. Like hitting yourself over the head with a hammer, because it feels good when you stop. Material life. And so we're given an opportunity to participate in this flow of mercy coming from the spiritual world. And that is the greatest occupation that one can take in this world. And the amazing thing is it's open to anyone. And anyone who simply agrees, and this is maybe the hardest thing for a conditioned soul, just agree. You want to do it? No, thank you. Why not? I don't know why not, I'm just not interested. Why don't you give it to somebody else who will appreciate it? Because we picked you. Why don't you give somebody else who will read it? Well, we were asked to give them to the most intelligent people. We'd try anything to just take it. It's one thing to have something sublime and pure that will move the soul. It's another thing to have people accept it. There have been religious movements around the world, and still are, when people insist, take it or I'll kill you. That's not very nice. We're insistent, but we don't go that far. Srila Vyasadev's process was, and Prabhupada said over and over again, to kill the demoniac spirit. It's the nicest thing to see when somebody who has this demoniac spirit, then all of a sudden it's killed by the mercy of Srila Vyasadeva, his pen, and the mercy is merciful intention to save the world. That's the greatest thing to see in this world. And that's why it's the greatest privilege to volunteer, to sign up for this process of distributing the mercy of the parampara to as many people as possible. It's the best occupation anyone can have in this world. You're immediately connected to those great souls and their cause. You may be an insignificant person, but all you have to do is volunteer. Say, I'll go, I'll do it, I'll help. And if you get you get on that team, you can, Prabhupada used to say, he gave the example, sometimes during war, an insignificant farm boy from mid-America. Nobody knows him, no one ever will know him. He'll probably end up, dying in a meth lab somewhere. But he joins the army in the infantry, and they expect him to get killed. He's dispensable. And he goes to the front lines to be killed and to fight. And then he performs a heroic act. In a moment of inspiration, he goes and saves his colleagues, even though his life is in complete peril. And then he comes back a national hero overnight. Prabhupada said, this is what it means to join the Sankirtan movement. You can be insignificant. You can come from the lowest background. In fact, Shukadeva Goswami is trumpeting this throughout the Bhagavatam. Kirata hunandra pulinda pulkasha abhira shamba yavana kasaraya yene chapapa yada pashraya shraya shudyanti tasmaya prabhavishnave namaha. He says, Vishnu, and through the power that he puts through his devotees, is so powerful that it doesn't matter your background. It doesn't matter what you eat, where you came from, what you've done in the past. If you just volunteer and say, I sign up for this, it's a good idea. I have appreciation for the fact that some very rare and powerful mercy is being distributed, and I want to help. All you have to do is help. And Prabhupada says, this volunteering to connect to this greatest of all occupations is a connection to the internal potency of the Lord. And he said it is that connection that will lead one to see the Lord face to face. So I feel so grateful to have been invited to join the Sankirtan movement and to have had the support of many to enter that Sankirtan movement and stay a part of it. And I was just telling Satyadev Prabhu that it's actually a miracle that one can behold with one's own eyes, that if someone simply tries to strictly follow what has been given by the Acharya, chant at least 16 rounds, follow 4 regular principles absolutely strictly, and then try to distribute mercy. Krishna does everything else. Everything else comes as by the mercy of the Lord. And Prabhupada said it over and over again. He said to be a spiritual master is not a difficult thing. Sometimes he would say, it doesn't mean you grow 4 arms and 4 legs. He said it doesn't mean you have to have a big beard or anything like that. He said, you just have to sincerely and strictly follow the orders of your spiritual master. And then there's a way in which Krishna can use you. And I've always appreciated being on book distribution, and then I see somebody get a book. Even in real time, I'd watch somebody buy it and then sit down and start reading it. And I'd watch them sometimes in the airport. I'd see they'd buy a book and they'd think, as Prabhupada used to say, what is this nonsense sold me for $10? What have I given my heart 10 hard-earned dollars for? So they think, I better look and see what I just paid for. And so they sit down and they start reading. And oftentimes I would walk behind them and try to look and see, what are they seeing for the first time? This connection to the spiritual energy. And I would appreciate so much. And similarly, our journey here at ISV, where we've simply come together from my own part with all my faults and insufficiencies, and we've cooperatively just tried to follow in the footsteps of His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. And to whatever degree we've done that, Krishna's given us opportunities to do more service, which is all we ask for. So today we're expressing gratitude for this to Srila Vyasadeva, to the Adi Guru, Sri Krishna, who's the ocean of mercy, to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and then all His representatives who have taken up this process of Krishna consciousness and have given it to people all over the world. I offer my respectful and humble obeisances to His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, whose books never cease to amaze me. Every day I sit down and I read his Srimad Bhagavatam and his other books, and I think, how did he do it? It's beyond my comprehension how he wrote in such a way, how poetic is his language, how profound are his points. He knows what to repeat, especially so that one has a foundation in spiritual life, so one doesn't misunderstand any of the matter in the Srimad Bhagavatam or in the Bhagavad Gita. And I offer my obeisances to all my God brothers and God sisters who are my main source of inspiration by their association, which I take liberally as much as possible. I have a thick Rolodex. I'm always in touch with my God brothers and God sisters, taking help and guidance, because I see in them those who have sincerely followed Srila Prabhupada for so many years. His mercy is manifest, and even those who haven't strictly followed for many years, even in them I see Srila Prabhupada's mercy, which is even more amazing. And to all the devotees at ISV, we've been together in many different circumstances, and we're living out our life in Krishna consciousness. I'm seeing it now, that the kids are growing up, and decades are going by, and we're doing the same thing, right, Mayapur? Just sticking to our service, that's all you have to do. Just run out the clock. Stay on the field, run out the clock. As Sridhar Swami, the great Bhagavatam commentator, says, the one secret in life is to stay alive in Krishna consciousness somehow or other, because the son inherits the wealth of the father. And he's already left it to you, just stay alive somehow or other. So to all the devotees at ISV, this day I offer my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. It's unforgettable times we've had, all the things that we've been through together. To all those who are disciples, I'm inspired by you. I see, just as when I would see a book, I would distribute a book and see Krishna's mercy manifest in somebody who's reading it, and then now I see by following the process of Krishna consciousness, I don't feel like I'm really doing anything different. But now, suddenly by the Krishna's mercy, we have this expanding team of devotees who are all working together in lockstep. And it's the most gratifying of all to have like-minded souls come together for the same purpose. Bhakti Angelo just came yesterday. He was saying, he's 19 years old. He came and talked to me. He said, I want to dedicate my life to the Sankirtan movement. And I was... He said, I want to work on your team. And I was thinking, how did that happen? Where did he come from? Where did such a sincere soul come from? By Krishna's arrangement. It's happening under the arrangement of the internal energy of the Lord. And that is, if we follow this process given to us by the Acharya, we stick to the straight and narrow process and emulate the great masters whose only occupation in life was to distribute mercy, then we'll be connected to the internal potency of the Lord, and Krishna will make all arrangements for us to meet the most selected souls in this world. And finally, I want to thank Indira Akula Devi Dasi, who I find to be a manifestation of Krishna's great mercy in my life. That one person I know that cares more about me and what happens to me than even I do. Seems like her preoccupation to make sure everything's okay and that I'm doing I have everything I want, and even I wasn't thinking about it, but she just does it anyway. And she's a better devotee than me. Throughout the years, I've seen in her this spirit of complete dedication to Srila Prabhupada in all times and all circumstances. And so I thank you, Nirakula, for your support. Thank you, everyone who came here for this event, coming together for the glorification of the post of Srila Vyasadeva is a worthy endeavor for us all, because we're reminded again and again how this mercy is flowing down from the spiritual world, and one simply has to volunteer to take it. And finally, if we offer ourselves to Krishna, take his offer, Sarva Dharman Parityaja Mamekam Sharanam Vraja Antam Sarva Vahapebyo Mokshai Shami Masucha. No matter what situation we're in now, no matter what anxiety we may be feeling, we become the most wealthy. We become the most fortunate simply by accepting that offer that Krishna has given. Just surrender unto me. And it's easy as saying, Krishna, okay, I give up. I surrender. Let's try. Krishna, I give up. I completely surrender. There you go. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. She's wishing me a happy birthday.
Is the mic on? Yeah. Thank you so much, Guru Maharaj, for such an enlightening talk. And like all your lectures at ISV, how can we not have text messages? So we did have some, yeah. All the congregation of the Laguna Beach Temple is wishing you a very happy birthday. We also got a text from Singapore, from Sheila Mataji, wishing you a happy birthday. And there was a text that came in two pieces. The first piece came first, and I was a little alarmed because it said, whose idea was it to put these curtains? And the next idea came like, it's beautiful. So the credit goes to Hansapriya Mataji, who set that up. So now we are coming to the practical part of the ceremony. We're going to have certain nice, beautiful ceremonies. The first, and I'm going to talk about all of them. And what we want to do is to do it in the most efficient manner and also in the most civilized manner, so that a lot of action will be here, and I want to make sure that people at the back are able to appreciate and enjoy and see it. We are trying to make sure if we can project that onto the screen at the back. So if you're on the back and you can't see because there's somebody tall in front of you, then just turn your neck and you might be able to see that. So I'll highly encourage to keep this area clear, this area where Guru Maharaj is going to sit. Please remove any musical instruments. And Madhukari Prabhu, you're going to be the kirtanier for the rest of the day till Guru Maharaj decides to sing. And I wanted to know who would be your mridangam player. You can have two, as many as you like. Kipiya Kishori and what did you say? And Anand? Okay, good. So if you can come up over here and start getting set up while I talk about the other the parts of the ceremonies. Guru Maharaj, would you like to have a break while I'm telling them the logistics? Or?
Yeah, but I want to say one more thing.
Okay, yes, please.
Shraddha Devi Dasi, I'm going to, there are many others, but because of the fault of not mentioning everybody, I'm going to say Shraddha Devi Dasi as the representative of all those who have put so much work into making this festival possible. It looks like an easy thing, just everyone sitting in a room together. But she has worked tirelessly, literally, for months in planning this with her team. And she always makes it look easy. She also works full-time. She also does her intensive sadhana. And she also does service into the wee hours of the night and whenever she has the opportunity. And I thank you very much, Shraddha Devi Dasi, for your steadiness and devotion.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. It is actually your mercy, because you say your seva will save you. And that's what is keeping me going. Otherwise, I was in such a, I don't even want to mention that. Yeah. So before we go on into the logistics, I also wanted to take an opportunity to thank. It started with wonderful guidance from Nirakula Mataji over here. She was always the person I would turn to when I was in confusion, and she always had a nice answer. And she was very patient with me as I would go around in circles on some of the areas. So thank you so much, Mataji, for doing that. Thank you. And I'd also like to thank Vyasa Prabhu, my godbrother, whom I would just come and dump the work on broadcast. Can you do this? Can you do that? And he would happily do that. To Nitai Kripa Prabhu, who was so ahead of time, but I was lagging behind, and he quietly, bore whatever deadlines I dumped at him, and he came up with a beautiful Vyas Puja book. I'd also like to thank Mukharvinda, who kind of being close to me, lives with me. So he bore the brunt of most of it. And he never said anything. He meticulously went through the proofreading, etc. I'd also like to thank Hansapriya Mataji, he always does behind the scenes, and I don't know whether we can ever pull off any events in ISV without her help. She's there to guide us in all aspects of it. So let's give her a big hand. But one of the things that she encouraged me to do this time was she said delegate, and so I did it big time. I delegated a lot of stuff to my god sister, Shyamlangi Devidasi, and And she was the one who arranged for entire transportations, the rooms, and the changes of plan, everything. She just, would come up with a very can-do attitude, and she would just keep on, at it. And then also, I would really like to mention Lavanya not Lavanya, she's now Manjulkant Devidasi, and she actually is not here because she's back in the kitchen helping with the feast. So let's give a big round of applause to her. We all like the Vyas Puja book, and we say it's beautiful, but a Vyas Puja book cannot happen unless there are people who contribute to it. So thank you so much for all those who wrote the contributions. This year I was a little more stringent with the deadlines, and you all adhered to that. So thank you so much for doing that as well. There were so many of you who traveled from far and wide to come and attend and make this a success. I mean, this event without you all is not going to be as merry as it was today. And traveling is not easy for anyone. So thank you so much for doing that as well. And I'm sure I'm missing here and there, somebody, Bhakta Rajesh, I kind of, just hauled him up in the end, towards the end game, and I said, you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this. And, Jay and I also, like that. So, and like I said, there are so many more that I'm forgetting. The list is long. But thank you so much for that. And then again, I would like to also apologize for, my brusque behavior. Sometimes the pressures are high in doing that. So thanks again. I'd like you to give a big hand to the team behind this. So the first ceremony that we're going to have is the Pad Seva ceremony, which the disciples perform, and it is for our own purification. And so this year, and every year we keep on rotating who's going to participate in that. So this year we're going to have a couple of disciples, and so if you can go and get started with the, okay. And a few things over here, there's water which is involved, and there's water behind it, so just make sure that we keep those passages clear. I mean, I know emotions go high and people want to come close, but let's keep this area clean and clear for Guru Maharaj so that they can perform the Pad Puja in an efficient manner. While they're getting prepped up for the Pad Seva, the second ceremony that'll follow will be the Aarti, the Guru Aarti, that will be performed by a beautiful Gopi Geet Devidasi who drove from Los Angeles to participate in that. And Dadati Pratiganati Guhyam Akhyati Prichati Bhungte Bhojate Chaiva Sadvidi Priti Lakshanam. So we do a lot of Guhyam Akhyati Prichati, isn't it? And then we also do Dadati, we also do, yes. So we also do a lot of eating prasadam together, right? So this is also a day when we do the Dadati Pratiganati. So we exchange, gifts, and you do Pushpanjali. So for doing the Pushpanjali, we have got this flower basket over here, and we would like that to be completely organized. And my request is that if you can all sit down and not walk or talk, it'll be easy for us to go to this beautiful ceremony. Please leave this area clear, okay? Nobody goes onto the carpet except for designated people. Cameramen also, if you can go a little bit on the back, that'll be good. So please be seated at your place. As a respect and a mark of courtesy to the others who are sitting down, may I request you to please be seated so that everybody can watch. And please stay away and no talking to people over here. Okay? I know it's a tough job for me.
Where's some cartels?
So during the Pushpanjali, I just want to come back to that. There will be Kirtan going on, ecstatic Kirtan, and we want the Kirtan to stay contained in this area. So once we get into that portion, please make sure that you quickly remove your mats and keep them in a safe place, and leave space around on this side as well as on this side.
Jai Shri Radha Madhava Mohan ki Jai, Shri Mahaprabhu ki Jai.
So the devotees can pick up the flowers from here, offer their pushpanjali and respects, and then walk out on that side of it. If you have got gifts, please make sure that after you have handed over, before you hand it over to them, you put your name on it. So we have kept some envelopes and pens over there. You can put it over there. Hansapriya Mataji at that time will be there to take your gifts and put them in a safe and nice place so that it doesn't get damaged over there. Tulsi?
Om Ajnanatamandasya Jnananjanashrake Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah Namah Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Ete Namine Prabhupada Namaste Saraswate Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunnavadi Pasthata Deshatarine Prabhupada Samsaradava Nalalina Loka Janaya Karuna Ganaganatam Samsara Dava Nalalina Loka Janaya Karuna Ganaganatam Praptasya Kayana Gunanavasa Bande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Is it loud enough? Is it loud enough? Praptasya Kayana Gunanavasa Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nrita Gita Bari Chamada Nana Surasena Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nrita Gita Bari Chamadan Manasura Sena Romancha Kampa Shutaranga Baju Mande Guru Shri Charanaravinda
अभी तो आरती करेगी
Romancha Kampa Shutaranga Baju Mande Guru Shri Charanaravinda
12:30 will do it, yeah.
Nana Nitanana Shingaratan Mandira Majanaro.
It is okay. If you're having difficulty putting on your head, you can remove it.
Horn. Who's gonna blow the horn?
You.
Oh, yeah?
You wanted it?
Yuktasya bhaktam sanaunjatopi Bande guru shri charanaravinda. Chato vidhashi bhagavat prasada Sadmana triptan hari vakta sanga. Chato vinhashi bhagavat prasada Sadvana triptan hari bhakta sanga. Hit by the tripping, Vajata Sadaiva, Bande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Hit by the tripping, Vajata Sadaiva, Bande Guru Shri Charanaravinda.
Come with your family. Come with your family, with your mom. Not like that. Go with the family. Come with the family.
Shri Radhika Madhavayoda Para Madhuya Lila Guna Rupananda. Shri Radhika Madhavayoda Para Madhuya Lila Guna Rupananda. Pratikshanaspardana lolupasa Bande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Pratikshanaspardana lolupasa Bande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Nikunjayo no rate khele sedhai Yayali bhakti apekshaniya. Nikunjayo no rate khele sedhai Yale bhakti apekshaniya. Tatrati daksho ati valapasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Tatrati dakshat ati valapasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Tatrati dakshat Shakshad Hari.
เ
Hari Tera Samasta Shastre Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Tatrati dakshat ati valapasya 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 Vande Guru Uktastata bhavyata eva sadi. Uktastata Sakshat Hari Veda Samasta Shastre Uktastata Bhavyata Eva Sadi. Kintu Prabhurya Priya Eva Tasa Bande Guru Sri Saranaravinda. Kintu Prabhurya Priya Eva Tasa Bande Guru Sri Saranaravinda. Yasya prasadat bhagavat prasado. Yasya prasadat nagati kutopi. Yasya prasadat bhagavat prasado. Yasya prasadat nagati kutopi. Yastu Bhajdasa Yasasti Sana Bande Guru Sri Charanaravinda. Yastu Bhajdasa Yasasti Sana Bande Guru Sri Charanaravinda. 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Nityananda Prabhu. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaura Bhaktavinda. We gotta get one of these. We gotta get one of these.
Oh, yeah.
Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaura Bhaktavinda. Jaya Gaura Bhaktavinda Nitai Gaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna. Rama. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Shri Shri Radha Balavan Mahaprabhu, Shri Lakshmi Shingadev Ki Jai. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. If you want. Jaya Radha Madhura Mohara, Madhura Mohara. Jaya Radha Madhura Mohara, Madhura Mohara. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Bol. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Bol. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Can we try this? Is it? I will hold it. I will hold it.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Next time. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Haribo. Haribo. Devolo Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Haribo, Haribo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. God, Haribo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. God, Haribo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Bolo Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Bolo Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Can I play these? Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hey, bolo Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Holo Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Holo Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Oh, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Hey, Gaura Hare, Gaura Hare. Gaura Hare, Gaura Hare. Sachinandana, Jaya Sachinandana. Jaya Sachinandana, Jaya Sachinandana. Jaya Sachinandana, Gora Hare. Gora Hare, Gora Hare. Hello, Gora Hare, Gora Hare. Gora Hare, Gora Hare. Gora Hare, Gora Hare. Gora Hare, Gora Hare. Hey, Gora Hare, Gora Hare. Gora Hare, Gora Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Ha, Yeah, yeah. That's the top head, yeah. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Something like that. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Do you mind? Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey, bolo nitai gaur Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo. Nitai gaur Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo. Premanandi.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bhai. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, holy name. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama. One more time, everybody together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bolo. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody dance. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Bolo Bolo
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. I don't have enough capacity to dance and sing at the same time. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram. Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Ram. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Premanande Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajikacharya Stotara Shishiman Apai Charana Ravinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajikacharya Stotara Shishiman Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnavinda Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Go Bhakta Vrinda Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gogopina Shamakund Radhakund Giri Govardhan Ki Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Shri Mayapur Navadip Dham Ki Shri Jagannath Puri Ki Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi Ki Jamuna Devi Ganga Devi Ki Samveda Bhakta Vrinda Ki. All glorious to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. Go Premanande Hari Hari Bo. We can do it.
He doesn't want me to speak, but I got to say a few words. This is my dear God brother Vaisesika. I've known him for many, many years. Way back, even in Radha Damodar, when I traveled with them briefly for a while, I remember him. I remember him in New York on 55th Street. I remember him. I remember him when he came to visit me in Bhubaneswar, when I was living with Gaur Govinda Maharaj in a mud hut in the jungle. Remember? We had a great time. Vaisesika, there are 6 darshans in Vedic culture. Vaisesika is one of them. It's almost identical to Sankhya philosophy, in that it's a process of analysis. This name is very suitable for him because he analyzes Srila Prabhupada's books and the process of devotional service that was given to him by Srila Prabhupada, and the practice of devotional service in such a way that he not only practices it himself very, very correctly and very, very sweetly, but he inspires others to take up this practice. And this is the next feature of Vaisesika Prabhu, that he has utsahan, enthusiasm, which is infectious, that gives others inspiration to take up the process of bhakti, because they see the happiness that he's experiencing and they can understand this process works. And this utsahan, this enthusiasm and inspiration that he gives others, is due to his faith, nischayat. He has deep faith. And daryat, great patience in executing the process of Krishna consciousness. Part of this utsahan is that he is always eager to be a servant of his Guru Maharaj and the other Vaishnavas. I remember years ago in New York, the enthusiasm that he had in going out on book distribution and inspiring others to go out on book distribution, taking the order of Srila Prabhupada seriously, but at the same time making it fun. He made it a joy to practice the process of book distribution, because he analyzed everything about this process and he showed everybody the most positive things, and he himself was always a positive example. I never heard this person speak an ill word of any devotee, nor would he stay anywhere where someone was speaking an ill word of another devotee. He's always a perfect gentleman. This is a treasure, to have someone who has this kind of respect and devotion for other devotees, for other Vaishnavas. His faith in Srila Prabhupada, his faith in the orders of Srila Prabhupada, and his faith in the process that Srila Prabhupada gave him to distribute books with patience, love, devotion, and enthusiasm, has earned him the right to sit in that seat. If anybody asks the question why he's sitting there, he's sitting there because he is a perfect example that Srila Prabhupada's process works when you take it up properly. And therefore, Srila Prabhupada is the one who is seeing that he's being given that honor. So I'm very proud and honored to be here today with my godbrother Vaisesika on his Vyasa Puja. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maharaj. I'm taking your words as a benediction on my head. And now, for the best part of the program, the devotees have been working hard to cook a feast. And if I'm not mistaken, it's time to honor that feast. Is that correct? Avantika? Can you do this? Come on up.
There's so many cooks today that I can't name them all, but we would just like to give a big thank you to all the cooks. Haribo!
Sharira Dvijaja Jodendriya Tahika Jive Pele Vishaya Shagore Dharma Je Jivayati Loba Moisu Durmati Take Jeta Patita Samsare Krishna Bora Doyamor Kori Bare Jivajai Shaprisha Nadi Lobha Shayanamrita Pao Radha Krishna Guna Gao Preme Dako Shri Chaitanya Nita Paire Ekadina Shanti Pure Prabhu Advaita Ragare Jui Prabhu Bojane Boshilo Shakori Ashwadhana Prabhu Bole Bhakta Gana Esha Krishna Ashwadhilo Heno Shakashwadhane Krishna Prema Aishe Mane She Preme Toro Ashwadhan Jadaburi Parihari Prasara Bhojana Kori Hari Hari Bolo Sarvajan Hari Hari Sarvajan Mahaprasade Govinde Nama Brahmani Vaishnave Sapa Punyavatam Rajan Vishwaso Navajat Prasade Sarvadukanam Haridaso Pajayate Prasana Chetaso Yashu Buddhi Paryavatishtate Bhagavad Shri Mahaprasade Ki Go Premanande Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Tai Gaur Hari Bol Please come take prasadam. Haribol. Prasadam will be served in the picnic area just outside. And watch out for the falling trees. Hare Krishna.